Good
Morning.
morning.
All right, Carrie.
Very well, thank you. You?
Wonderful. How was your
Morning,
weekend?
Rebecca.
Good morning. Morning, Stephen. Morning, Deputy Mayor.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone.
Morning.
Looks like we were all on the queue at the same time, waiting for the big burst here. So,
I know. I all of a sudden it's like, oh, everybody showed up. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Vince.
Just doing a quick check to see that
Your sound is good, and I can see you. You're all
lights,
good.
camera, action.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, all good. Thanks.
Good morning, one and all. I hope you had a nice long weekend.
and you as well, Mayor Robinson.
Got a question for you, Mayor, regarding this evening. So we're meeting at 7 at the municipal office, is that correct?
Yes,
Fire
right
rec-
outside.
Okay.
7 p.m. is the start time. So looking forward to that event.
So the whole thing's going to be outside, is it, or are we going inside?
No, we're staying outside.
Right. Okay.
Okay, we are at 9 o'clock. Laura, will it be Director Mighton? Very good. Couldn't have asked for a better thing. Maybe I should say funding available. Maybe it'll pop up like that as well.
Yeah. And I just see Jeffrey's just coming in. And then I think is Beth away today?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that's all of council then. So I can let the public in whenever you're ready.
Yes, please go ahead. And good morning, Jeffrey. And please go ahead and invite the members of the public. Director Mighton, if you could just let me know when members of the public are in, and I will start the meeting promptly at that time.
It looks like everyone who was in the waiting room is now in attendance. You're good to go.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to the September 7th, 2021 West Grey Council meeting. On the call to order, item number 1, we have all members of council present, except Councillor Hamilton, who is regrets. We are now moving, we do have a quorum as well. Now, on item number 2, moment of reflection, if you would be so kind to take a quiet pause. Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? Seeing none, I do wish to say that under item 8.1 on the August 3rd, 2021 council minutes, under item number 3, I will be transferring the chair to the deputy mayor to go through the process of council consideration of the adoption of those minutes, as I have a declaration of interest, and I will just read that right now. So I declare a disqualifying interest on the agenda and on the minutes of August 3rd. It's items 4, presentation delegation, 11.5.2, Court of Revision, Wright Municipal Drain 2021, Director of Administration Clerk Report, 13.1 Bylaw, 60-2021, Drainage Works for Wright Municipal Drain 2021. This disqualifying interest relates to 4.1, 11.5.2, and 13.1, as well as Bylaw 60-2021. On the minutes of August 3rd, on the basis that I have a close personal relationship with the property owner having a pecuniary interest in the subject drainage works. So when the minutes come forward under item number 8, I will transfer the chair at that time to the deputy. Okay. Now we are moving on to item, Deputy Mayor, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mary Robinson. I just want to be clear, so will you be transferring for just that specific item or all the adoption of 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4? Are we doing the one specific one?
No, thank you for the question of clarity, Deputy. I will be transferring the chair to you only for item number 8.1 for the adoption of those minutes. I will not participate in the vote for that. You'll be handling that whole procedure for council's consideration of adoption, and then transferring the chair back to me so that I could continue on with the agenda at that point on 8.2. Is that clear? Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that very, very much. Okay, item number 4, declaration presentations. Under 4.1, we have, I'm just scanning, yes, we have Kevin Tremble here. The presentation from Kevin Tremble, Senior Manager, BDO Canada, LLP. This is the audited financial statements for West Grey. Good morning, Kevin Tremble. I know that the information is in our agenda, and we're very pleased that you are here, and please proceed with your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yes, so as Mayor Christine mentioned, I'm the Senior Manager at BDO Canada, and we've just completed the external audit of the 2020 financial statements of West Grey. There's about an 80-page document attached here. I'm going to try and condense this down to about 10 minutes. I have gone into more detail in the past, but this council's been around for 3 years now, so I think I can cover the highlights, and if there's any questions, feel free to speak up or at the end.
Very good.
So I'm going to start with the actual audited financial statements. On pages 3 and 4 of the statements is the independent auditor's report. So I just want to go over what was actually done and our opinion on the statements. So the very first paragraph is the opinion. So we as BDO have audited the consolidated financial statements of the municipality of West Grey, which comprise of the consolidated statement of financial position, net financial assets, consolidated statement of operations as at December 31st, 2020. And in our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the municipality at December 31st, 2020, and its results of operations and consolidated changes of net assets and cash flows in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So what that means is that it's a clean audit report. We didn't find anything that we'd have to qualify our audit opinion for, so that's what you want to see every year. So that's good. The basis of our opinion, we've conducted the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. Very important part of being the external auditor is that we are independent of West Gray. And we believe we've obtained sufficient appropriate evidence to issue our opinion. The report goes on to say some of the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance, which would be council. So management is ultimately responsible for the preparation and presentation of these statements. They are West Gray statements. We review them and issue an opinion on them. As part of our engagement, we do assist in preparing the financial statements, but ultimately they are West Gray statements. And then those charged with governance or council are responsible for overseeing the process. So if there was any issues during the process, we could come to council and get some clarification or mediate a disagreement. There was no issues this year. As the auditor, our responsibility is to obtain reasonable assurance that the statements are free of material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance. It's not a guarantee, but we do design procedures to ensure that we are comfortable with the opinion we issue. The report goes on to state some of the procedures that we do, and then ultimately it's dated today's date. So the date of the report is always going to be the date that those charged with governance or council accepts the statements as their own. So as long as council approves the statements today, the date of our report will be September 7th, 2021. Moving on to the actual statements, I'm just going to touch on a couple high level things. We went about a week ago, we went in through all these statements in detail with management and Christine, and went through line by line, and any questions and went through them all. I'm just going to touch on some high level items. If there's any specific questions, you can direct them towards Carrie or myself. Feel free to do that. But so statement of financial position. So this is your balance sheet. Overall, net financial assets are up $1 million. And then down below that is your non-financial assets. So that's your tangible capital assets. That's your roads, infrastructure, bridges, buildings. They're actually down about $360,000. So that's you've added to your infrastructure during the year, but then each year you have to amortize some of the tangible capital assets. So the amortization actually exceeded the additions during the year. So overall, $81.8 million of accumulated surplus. That doesn't mean there's $81 million sitting there waiting to be spent. 77 million of that's tied up in roads and bridges and other things, and the rest of that's pretty much earmarked for something else. So that's always a number that jumps out at people and says, well, you have $81 million, but it's not really sitting there waiting to be spent. On the next page is a statement of operations. Again, here, lots of fluctuations between different areas year over year. COVID would have had a big impact on a lot of different lines. Revenues were down because of COVID, but some expenses were down during COVID. Some grant monies were up because of COVID. So lots of different changes. But overall, if you look down about 3/4 of the way down the page, it says annual surplus. 2019 was $792,000. 2020 was $684,000. So year over year, it's pretty consistent. All the fluctuations kind of zeroed themselves out. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to touch on there. And then as for the notes to the statements, the only note that I really want to go into detail or look at here is on page 21 of the statements. I'm not sure what page of the agenda package. Note 9, accumulated surplus. So that's where this $81 million, this accumulated surplus is broken out into more details. So you can see that there's actually $28,000 sitting in a general surplus that hasn't been allocated. $1.2 million is amounts that have to be financed through future taxation or debentures. You have $76.5 million invested in your tangible capital assets. There's $8.7 million sitting in reserves that have been set aside for future purposes. And then amounts to be recovered is long-term debt that is financed each year as payments have to be made. So you don't have to finance long-term debt and employee future benefits. And actually landfill closure liability is all in there. So you can see that's gone up about $1 million from last year, and that's because there was a new loan for the police station land acquired. So that kind of gives you an idea of where the where all the money's sitting in West Gray and where all the value, I guess, is sitting. Flipping over to the next page is reserves and reserves fund. This is always a note of interest to council because it kind of shows where money's been set aside for future purposes. I believe Carrie, I don't know if Carrie's provided you this today, but she does have a more detailed breakdown of the reserves and reserve funds that provides more details on what specific projects that council has set aside money for. But you can see overall reserve and reserve funds are up about $831,000. That's always a good sign, but it also could be that maybe some things that were budgeted for in 2020 didn't happen. So maybe if some of those projects happened in 2021, that reserve amount, those monies will be used and the reserve funds might go down next year. So up or down doesn't really mean good or bad. It could just mean the timing, but it's always good to see a nice healthy number in the reserves there. That's all I was going to go through on the statements. I do have a letter to go through too. Is there any questions on the statements? I know that was, you can't really get a good picture in 7 minutes on the statements, but if anyone has any questions, or I can keep going through and review the letter that was attached there, and we can talk about questions at the end.
Kevin, thank you very much for the presentation so far. Please continue on. Most enjoyable presentation. We'll take, if council has any questions of clarity, that'll be at the end. Thank you.
Okay. So the next part is there's a audit final report to the council. It should be in your agenda package as well. It's about a 20-page report. Again, I'm just going to touch on the summary stuff. So on page 2 of this report, it kind of summarizes some of the findings and stuff. So the first one is the status of the audit. As of today, we have substantially completed our audit of the 2020 financial statements. A couple things are outstanding. We have to get a representation letter signed back from Carrie. Subsequent events have to be done up to today's date, and I think that has been completed or will be completed shortly. And then ultimately, West Gray Council has to approve the consolidated financial statements. When I say consolidated financial statements too, I want to note that this just isn't just West Gray's results and numbers. It does include West Gray Police Services Board, includes the Library Board, it includes West Gray's proportionate consolidation of Sauget Municipal Airport, Sauget Regional Transit. So it's not just West Gray's numbers. It includes Elmwood Fire Boards, your share of Elmwood Fire Board. There's lots of different things in there. The next section is materiality. So as we communicated in our planning report, materiality was $444,000. Final materiality remains unchanged. That doesn't mean we don't look at things under this amount. So any errors or differences under this amount, we accumulate on we call it an error summary, and we want to assure in total that those errors are not greater than $444,000. And we've given a copy of that report to Carrie, and we'll just leave those unadjusted and they'll fix it themselves next year. The next section, audit findings. So with an audit, we perform a risk-based approach. So we try to identify some of the riskier areas of a municipality of your size. So some of the bigger risks are segregation of duties. There's just a smaller operation. You can't always have perfect segregation of duties. Cutoff of purchases. There is some motivation maybe to push expenses into another year if you had a good year, or push expenses back a year if you want to try to meet your budget. So we do additional testing around year end to make sure nothing will happen there. Collection of taxation receivable. In the past, taxes receivable had been an issue for West Gray. I think it's definitely under a lot better control now. I think it's gone from about $3.3 million 5 years ago, it's standing down below $2 million. So there's been a concentrated effort to collect some of those outstanding taxes. And then the next significant risk that we do look at, the recognition of grant revenue. As you probably know, a lot of these grant agreements and stuff, very complicated, long. So we do review quite a few of them, and especially the ones around year end, to make sure that the revenues have been recorded. in the proper year according to public sector accounting standards. Now, the last significant risk that we devote special attention to is the calculation of the landfill liability, just due to the complexity of it and the numbers. So West Grey hires an engineer every year to assist with that. They look at how much of the landfill has been used during the year, then update the estimated closure liability down the road. On the next page, internal control matters. So we audit the financial statements, but as part of our audit of the financial statements, we do look at internal controls around financial reporting. We don't look at internal controls around everything, but anything that we could affect the financial reporting process. And if there's any issues, we would report them to you. We didn't come across any issues. Independence, I've already noted on this, very important part of the external audit. We confirmed that we were independent in our planning letter, and nothing has changed since then that we'd have to adjust our independence. And then I mentioned this earlier too, unadjusted differences. So we've disclosed all significant unadjusted differences during the audit. We've discussed with management. We've determined that the unadjusted differences are immaterial, both individually and in aggregate to the consolidated financial statements as a whole. And as long as West Grey Council has any issues with this, we don't propose any further adjustments. And a copy of those unadjusted differences have been attached in Appendix B. And then the last two items in the summary here, the management representation. So as I mentioned, we're waiting Carrie to sign the management representation letter. A lot of our audit evidence and support comes through discussions with management. So we get a letter signed by them saying they've given us everything that we've asked for and their honest opinion, and they're not withholding anything from us that would affect our audit opinion. And then fraud discussion. So fraud's a very important part of the external audit as well. We're not aware of any fraud affecting the municipality. If council was ever aware of anything, or if something just didn't feel right and you want us to do a specific test on just example expense report of certain things or something, we can do that too. But we didn't come across any fraud issues during the audit. So that's all I had there. Overall, I know it is September now, but the audit did go well. We were on site to perform the audit, and Carrie and her staff are very helpful. We always have a good working relationship with them. And that's all I had.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Kevin Trumbull, who's Senior Manager of BDO Canada. Very much appreciate the presentation and the documentation presented to Council. Members of Council, are there any questions of clarity? Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Kevin. You mentioned that this was an 80-page document. The document I'm looking at is 50 pages, and I lost track of some of the things you were talking about once you started talking about risk. I'm just wondering if there's perhaps an addendum that I haven't received.
Clerk Sharbuck, are you able to address that in terms of the agenda preparation?
Through you, Your Worship, I think everything I had to include in here is in the package. I'm not sure what piece is not included.
I didn't see the thing when you were talking about risk, and then the things you talked about after risk.
Okay. Director Mighton, could you enlighten us, please?
Yeah, I'll double check the file that was sent, and I can circulate out to Council with the balance of it if it was missed. If I missed attaching that there, I'll get that out to everyone. Sorry about that.
No,
Great,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. It's actually a question for the Director of Public Works. On page 17 of the report, it talks about the remaining life of the landfill sites, and that's under note 6. And I was just wondering, it says it's 18 years. I wondered, just for council and the public, whether or not you can confirm whether that's still the expectation or whether or not now we know more to say that's less, because the date says it's as of 2019, and I believe the Durham site for sure changed. And I just don't want the public walking away thinking we have a lot more life in those sites
Sure.
than is actually there.
Director Mighton, please. We'll start with you.
Yeah, we will be having the engineers update those estimates in 2021 but at the end of 2020, that was the report that we had available. So it will be updated for the closure and of the Durham site as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further questions, members of council? Councillor Herger.
Yes. Is there a letter to the management with advice or recommendations about how to improve items? Mr. Trumbull had mentioned a few years ago taxes receivable was a large gap, and since then we've closed that. So I'd like to thank Carrie and her team for working on that. Are there additional areas that we should be focusing on, or that management should be focusing on?
Kevin Trumbull, and then we'll go to Director Mighton.
Yeah. So each year we do provide management with a management letter that we do recommendations that we come across during the audit. It's not a public document, but Carrie does have a copy of it, and Mayor Robinson, we did review it with them. So I'm sure you could have a look at that too. They could provide it to you. Nothing in the letter would affect our audit opinion, and it's not a public document, so we don't bring it to this meeting here.
Thank you, Kevin. Director Mighton, anything further to add?
No, I think Kevin covered it. We have reviewed it with the CAO and the mayor, and it's operational type suggestions that have been brought forward, but we'll be improving on any of those as well.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Also looking at our amount in reserves. So this was, we get to the right tab here, page 23 of the agenda. And as you look through the amount in reserves, Mr. Trumbull and Director Mighton, are there any concerns, or is there any, is there relief that we have enough money in our reserves where we should? This has been a discussion at the council table, I know last year specifically, but just looking at those reserve amounts, and I know that in the last few years we have touched into those reserve amounts just to, uphold projects and so on. But it looks like we have roadways, $14,000. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of extra. I know we're pretty good at budgeting for contingencies. Parks, we have $76,000. Looks well funded. Protection services, $100,000. Elmwood Hydro proceeds, $929, and St. George's Cemetery being $9,934. Those are the reserves set aside for specific purposes. Does that seem sufficient, or is there any area that we should focus to put more budget money to?
Kevin Trumbull, please.
I think I get this question every year for every municipality that I audit, but
Right.
It's really, my opinion, it's really a determination of council. Do you want taxpayers to be paying now for future stuff, or do you want to be spending the money that they're paying each year with their tax levies on current expenditures? So it's either spend now, it's kind of a spend now or save for later argument. Generally, municipalities are conservative, so it's always nice to see some money set aside for a rainy day. And those numbers that you were looking at there, you have to add together the reserves above there too. So when you said roadways only 14,000, there's actually another $875,000 sitting above there too. The bottom part is just amounts that are in a specific bank account, and the other ones are just kind of grouped all in with general stuff. So I do have an analysis that shows reserves for all kind of gray Bruce municipalities that I could send off to Carrie, and she could distribute to you. There's no right or wrong answer. It's more just kind of a preference of council.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be great if you could send that forward to Carrie, our director. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, Mayor Christine, through you to Mr. Trumbull. Page 24 lists out the amounts to be recovered. So at the very last line, it says increase in amounts to be recovered during the year. Is that a target for budget for next year about how much we actually need to increase our levy by to make sure that we have enough to pay for all of our expenditures?
No, so that increase is just, that amounts to be recovered is the change in long-term debt, the change in employee future benefits liability, and the change in landfill closure liability. So since there was a large debenture issued for the police station land, that increased significantly. So the only amount you have to actually budget for next year is the principal repayments or the total payments on the debt for the next year.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. That finishes my questions.
Thank you. Any further questions, members of council? Seeing none, Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby accepts the Municipality of West Grey consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020, as prepared by BDO Canada LLP.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Clarity on the motion? All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. And I do want to say thank you very much, Kevin Tremble and your BDO team, for preparing our financial statements and working with our diligent staff, and very much appreciate the presentation this morning.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to 4.2. We have a delegation from Paul Wagoner, United Way, Bruce Gray, Food Security. Members of council, you do have the presentation contained in your agenda. I also just want to acknowledge and say good morning to Barb Feedy, who is Grey County Director of Social Services. Thank you very much for all being here. And Jill Ombrock, thank you as well. All right, so for the presentation, will Paul Wagoner begin. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you very much. I'll just need to share the screen and we'll get started. And oops. Host. That's funny. Just having a little trouble getting to be able to share my presentation.
Director Mighton or Genevieve Clerk Scharbeck, would you be able to provide some assistance?
There we go.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Carrie will be sharing the screen with the presentation on it. And moving the slides at your direction.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
I think we're ready to go, everyone. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right, so thank you for the opportunity to discuss rural food insecurity this morning. Food insecurity is a hidden issue in our communities. Few people are aware of the size and scope of our hunger issues. Partnered with NPX, we want to educate, inform, correct misconceptions, and demonstrate the size and scope of this problem. If we could go to the second slide, please. There we go. Any conversation about food insecurity in Ontario needs to begin with the size of our region. Grey Bruce encompasses 8,000 square kilometers. In that area, there are 22 food banks, 19 meal programs, and 15 community gardens. These organizations are mostly run by volunteers. However, distance and geography aren't the only issues food organizations face in Grey Bruce. Precarious funding is also a significant issue. Many organizations struggle to meet the increasing demands of food insecurity. In April, 2 community meal programs were forced to suspend operations because literally the money ran out. These organizations are staffed primarily by 300 volunteers, many of whom are senior citizens. They represented the most vulnerable age category during the pandemic. If not for their dedication and the protocols created by our local public health department, this network would have collapsed. The lack of, oh, sorry, if we could go to the next and just pass that one. I'm used to advancing the screens myself, so forgive me for not saying that. All right, the lack of connectivity between the 50 plus food organization was and continues to be a significant obstacle, not only to delivering food support, but also to educating and informing. Many food organizations have grown organically in isolation. Some exist in silos, and as a result, they don't share protocols, ideas, or resources. Unfortunately, this situation has also contributed to keeping the scope of the issue out of the public's mind. If we could go to the next screen, please. Given the distances in Grey Bruce, the lack of an established, reliable, or timely method of moving food between organizations is a severe handicap. The different groups have had to rely on an ad hoc volunteer network of seniors and cars, which can be inefficient and potentially risk food safety. If we could go to the next screen, please. Compounding the logistic issues, these organizations provide their services in some of the most challenging and changeable weather conditions anywhere. Winter conditions result in cancellations, and summer heat can threaten food safety. We could go to the next screen, please. Stigma and privacy issues are one of the greatest barriers as well for food insecure people. Many vulnerable people are embarrassed by their situations and oftentimes would rather go hungry than to have to approach their neighbors for help or even to admit that they need help. Repeated studies have shown that only 1 person in 4 who should use a food bank actually does, with stigma being one of the leading causes. If we go to the next screen, please. Perhaps the biggest issue is that most people, the media and decision makers, are largely unaware of the size and scope of food insecurity, particularly in rural areas of Ontario. They see how wealthy our communities are, and they see the amount of food that seems to be available. When people do think about food insecurity, typically they only think about food banks, and they'll donate some canned or dry goods and feel that they've contributed to solving the food problem. Food banks, despite all of the good work they do, are really only part of the solution. At best, they're a Band-Aid, and at worst, they lull people into not appreciating the real causes of food insecurity. Few people realize that food security or insecurity is only a symptom of poverty and the lack of affordable and safe housing. If we go to the next screen, please. The problems with the perception that food banks are the only solution to food insecurity include food banks typically only provide 3 or 4 days worth of food once per month. The hours are usually very limited, and in some cases, they're just a few hours per month. These hours are usually during the day and may not be accessible for people who are working. Clients still have to prove that they're poor enough to qualify through an induction process that's not always friendly. The lack of choices can be a challenge, and in many food banks, they don't stock fresh fruits or vegetables because of the potential of spoiling. In addition, stigma can also exist because some volunteers have preconceived ideas about who's deserving and who's undeserving. Don't get me wrong, food banks do good work, but they are only part of the solution. If you go to the next screen, please. Given all of these issues and others besides, what we're trying to do is build collaboration and connection between all the food organizations and communities. By facilitating communication, we're removing silos and encouraging the sharing of good practices. If we go to the next screen, please. Prior to the pandemic, the only tool available to make people aware of food insecurity in this region and to engage decision makers were the biannual hunger reports. Unfortunately, these reports were only produced every other year and were out of date even when they were first produced. They were also not widely accessible. So we needed a better tool. If we could go to the next screen, please. As a result, we took an idea to the Nuclear Innovation Institute, and NPX worked with the concept to create a better tool, a tool that would demonstrate the size and scope of the issue. It would be clear, concise, and easy to use. It would be current as well. The tool would be accessible to everyone, so real conversations based on data and facts from the actual frontline organizations could begin. If we could go to the next screen, please. This is that better tool. There's a website, it's called foodbrucegray.com. If we could go to the next site, please. There are 3 data entry screens. The first is for food banks. Each screen was designed to use whatever data the organizations were already producing, even if they were not collecting all of the data points. Food banks, because of the intake forms they have the most data. entering the data into the website literally only takes a few minutes each month. If we could go to the next screen, please. The data from meal programs is much simpler as their intake process are not as detailed. We go to the next one as well, please. The community gardens programs have the simplest data. It's simply just the weight of the food that they're generating. If we could go to the next screen. This is the first of 6 graphs that measure contributions. This particular one is from the community meal programs. Demand has grown by more than 300% during the pandemic, despite the dramatic reduction in volunteers available to assist with meal distribution. Foodbrucegrey.com tries to make more people aware of their contribution. Looking at the screen, one numbers should jump out at you. 238,000 meals have been produced since the start of the pandemic. That's despite the loss of 3 meal programs through 2021 that did provide up to 4,000 meals per month. It's worth noting that 6 meal programs did not operate because of the fear of COVID-19. The plateauing that you see in the graph has more to do with the lack of capacity rather than the lack of demand. In fact, demand continues to be higher every month that we've been recording data. There is a drop-down menu that if anybody goes in, you can look at the individual organizations and their contributions. These screens simply show the aggregate data. The data range can be changed to whatever time period the user chooses, and all of the data can be downloaded into Excel for custom reports. If you go to the next screen, please. This screen demonstrates the contributions of food rescue. Food rescue saves good food that would otherwise be wasted. According to Second Harvest Canada, 58% of all the food that's produced in Canada isn't used. Climate change is affecting everyone. Globally, the greenhouse gases released from food waste on a global scale would be the 3rd largest emitter on the planet. What we're doing, and our partners that are the meal programs and the food banks, we're working with local grocery stores, businesses, and farmers, and now more of this food is being used to help vulnerable and food insecure people across the counties. Interestingly, meal programs are better able to use the food rescue than food banks. O'Share and On Sound, which is the meal program here, feeds up to 300 people daily from food rescue and shares that food with other food organizations throughout the region. We go to the next screen, please. This is the first of 2 food bank pages. When you look at this screen, 212,000 kilograms worth of food has been distributed so far. That's 234 tons. The number of households is just over 15,000. You'll also notice, with the exception of the spike around Christmas time, that the demand was relatively steady for food banks. And that's because of the CERB and the effects of having a universal income. We're seeing the demand rise as those programs start to fade into the background. If we can go to the next screen, please. The demographic screen shows income sources and age breakdowns. The first graph shows the primary income sources for food bank clients. The bottom one shows the age demographics across the 2 counties. Please keep in mind that if the national statistics are reflective of Grey Bruce, the 28,000 people who have utilized food banks could be significantly higher if stigma and some of the other issues weren't there. Just as a note, on the bottom graph, green represents the number of children that are accessing food banks, yellow is the number of adults, and red represents the number of seniors. If we can go to the next graph, please. This screen shows the contributions of community gardens and Second Harvest programs and donations from farmers. In 2020, the contribution from community gardens was quite restricted because of COVID protocols. In 2021, we've seen a resurgence as more gardens are able to operate. The top graph, the gardens have produced just under 12,000 kilograms of food. Roughly half of that food's been distributed to food programs and/or food banks. The community gardens are an excellent way to bridge ethnicity and age groups in a community and really only strengthen the communities that they exist in. We can go to the next screen, please. The final graph was designed to showcase the thousands of hours that the volunteers have provided to help with food insecurity. Most of the organizations weren't tracking this before, but they are now. And when you look at the screen and see 42,000 hours of time, again, that's an incredible number. If we can go to the next screen, please. The tool that NPX created is unique in Canada. They are working with other communities now. They've provided those services without charge. Windsor-Essex is now using a version of this program. We've sent invitations to every mayor, chief, MPP, and MP in the region, as well as every media outlet to make use of this tool. We've been making presentations to municipal councils like yours, service clubs, colleges, and universities throughout the province, trying to build awareness of food insecurity. If you could go to the next screen, please. The data that's being provided is being used to help focus new and existing programs. Many of the organizations are using it for grant applications. It's listed on several municipal websites and also too by the local media. Each month, more and more people are becoming aware of the size and scope of this issue, which helps with our goal of educating, informing, and correcting misconceptions. If we could go to the next screen, please. There are challenges. We want to try to make sure that we have all of the organizations sharing their data. We're asking for your help to encourage local groups in your region to participate. Riverstone Community Gardens, just outside of Durham, has been excellent. They have lots of very, very innovative ideas, and they're sharing their fresh produce with the food bank in Durham. We want to expand food rescue. We want to use the data to provide facts for decision makers such as yourselves. We want to inspire more conversations on food insecurity and solutions. If we go to the next screen, please. We'd like to share another website. Foodthoughts.ca is an information source for the volunteers in food banks, meal programs, and community gardens, and anyone interested in helping find solutions for food insecurity. Next screen, please. Volunteers asked for short, informative, and interesting tools that could be used immediately to help their clients, and that's what we've tried to provide. And if we could go to the next screen, that's the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Wagoner, for the most informative information, not only descriptive, but you've come prepared with a lot of descriptive data, which certainly assists decision makers. One of the things that I want to say under your slide deck page that is listed as challenges and goals for 2021, I spoke with our clerk, Director of Administration and Clerk, Genevieve Scharbach, and we're most prepared to have foodbrucegray.com as a link on our website. And also she was looking into the foodthoughts.ca. So I think that's really important to have those links within our municipality. So members of our public that visit the West Grey website are able to link if they so choose. Okay, with that, and thank you. I do see that there is a question. I'm wondering if we could please go to the gallery view and questions of clarity, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Councillor Hutchinson, thank you, Mr. Wagner, for your presentation. I find this this tool very exciting, I think, to get a handle on where the gaps are in food security. I just had a question about the food rescue. I'm not sure what you're referring to in that case, but I do note that there's a lot of grocery stores, for example, that have a lot of food. I don't know how they manage or what they do with their excess food, but you see vegetables and fruit and stuff that sort of sit on the shelf until they're almost to the point that you can't use them. But I'm wondering, are we using the local grocery stores, and is there a location that they can send or volunteers can pick up and take to a central location for use in our, if not food banks, then in our meal plans?
By all means, there is. And again, unfortunately, right now, a lot of that food is being wasted. In Owen Sound, we've set up relationships through OSHARE and the Salvation Army, because they have the largest food bank, with a variety of local grocery stores. Each one of my days begins at Zares here in town. And so far this year, we've picked up close to 70 tons of food that would have ended up literally rotting, that's going to feed people. We're working with the different food banks in each of the communities, trying to build relationships with that. A lot of the grocery stores have, this is one of the misconceptions, they believe that there's liability issues, should somebody get sick or should there be food that's a little questionable. In fact, the Ontario government's put in place protection for donors. It's much like the Good Samaritan rule for first aid. If you're trying to help situations, then you can't be sued for that. Second Harvest Canada has an excellent website for people that are interested in starting to build those kind of relationships, and we're doing everything we can to help foster those relationships as well.
Great, yeah, and I think another source would be the local farmers, right, who have excess product that could maybe donate to a central location or something.
Oh, by all means. There's a young lady, she's the community gardens coordinator for Grey Bruce. Her name's Simona Freeberg, and she works quite closely with any local farmers. And she spends a lot of her time, going back and forth across Grey Bruce, picking up surplus, getting it to the different meal programs and the food banks. What we're really trying to do is to get the word out to more and more people that we're prepared to do whatever we can to share that food.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wagner. Are you able to bring the statistics down to the level of community? Like, could the council and staff be aware of what the situation is for West Grey, and then perhaps if there's anything that we can do through our travels, we would understand sort of what we're trying to do, where we're trying to reach, and how to do that.
Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, the drop-down menus, we can't break it down any more than except for the communities where the groups have been helping us. So a lot of the towns like Chatsworth and Markdale, where the food banks are contributing data, you can go in and you can look at specifics for that community. This is a voluntary input. So, in the Durham region, we have Riverstone who's contributing data. The food bank in Durham has chosen not to participate. So unfortunately, we're not able to show that data. We are looking for help, trying to get everybody to see that sharing the data really only makes the picture clearer for all of the communities. And, I haven't given up hope. And, our goal is to have every single one of the organizations contribute. So we're trying to show everybody just the value of having those numbers available for municipal councils and for anybody else, whether they're a funder or a decision maker or someone that's just simply interested in making the situation better.
Very
Thank
good.
you, I appreciate it.
Anything further? Councillor Shea?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. This is very heartening. You indicated in the earlier part of your presentation that some of the problems with food banks were stigma and biases about deserving and undeserving clients. And you went on to talk about how this project was intended to maintain the dignity and respect of the clients. But this project, as far as I can see, is not actually client centered. Like, there's no client interface for this, is there?
No, what we're trying to do is to educate people on the size and scope of the issue. One of the things that people like Jill and myself work with, we work with the individual food banks. We've helped redesign some of their intake forms so that instead of working from, are you poor enough to qualify? What we're trying to work with them is to look at, are you able to take advantage of all the government programs that exist? The simple thing like trying to make sure that everybody files their income taxes, because so many of the government programs for assistance rely on having your taxes done up. So that's where it really comes at an individual level. When we designed the program, we had to take into account privacy concerns. So it's much more of an aggregate program from that standpoint. But we work one-on-one with the individual organizations so they can deal with the issues with respective clients that come in.
And I do see that Jill Umbach has her hand up. I wonder if you would like to add to this part of the conversation.
Yeah, I just would like to broaden it a bit and address what Councillor Shea was speaking to. And that's really working with the community, the volunteers, as well as the members of our community who participate and who go to the food banks and community meal programs. So this is all linked to the Poverty Task Force for Bruce Gray. On that task force, we have an incredible team of community voices. These are people who use the food banks, who go to the community meal programs, and they've been instrumental in coming together with some of the volunteers and talking about that stigma and how do we address it in our community. And some of the barriers that Paul was speaking to about people going, this is what we're trying to address in some of our food security conversations. But what we really like is we've been talking a lot of qualitative service. How do we make it better for people? How do we benefit everybody in the community? And one of the things we've seen out of this pandemic is the changes to the community meal programs. That has really touched on social isolation. And how do we include more people during a pandemic has been incredible. The data that Paul is collecting is that raw data that tells us the numbers. And then we've also been collecting a lot of the stories of people and how we've been able to reach them in times of isolation. So that's had a real impact to have the data and the numbers and to see the size and the scope. And then at the same time, our community voices and our other partners are reaching around for those wraparound services.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shea, anything further?
Yes, thank you for that clarity. That's really great. Is there a specific role for local governments, county and lower tier municipalities in these efforts?
From my perspective, I think the biggest one is to be aware of the issue. And in the meetings that we've done with most councils to date, when it comes to grant applications and things like that, that's providing funding for these organizations and support for them. In Sound recently, there was some negative comments about some of the community gardens, and we were able to speak, to the different leaders. And by having to work with someone like Simona, they were really able to see the other side of the issue. And again, awareness is the biggest first step. And if we're able to do this simply by having you have links on your website, that's what I was looking for today. So very, very grateful for that. The more people are aware of the issue, the more resources that become available for it. So that's really been the thrust of 2021 for us.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm not seeing any other members of council. I do want to thank you very much again for the education and the up-to-date data. And Paul and Jill, certainly Barb, we certainly would look forward to an update. Please come again as a delegation to provide us with more awareness, so that that'll assist in our decision making as well. So thank you again for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, we're at 9:55. All right, so that deals with item 4. Item 5, public meetings. There are no public meetings on this particular agenda. And now we are on number 6, and this is comment period. Director Mighton, could you please assist me in seeing if there's any members of the public that wish to comment on our agenda today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a quick technical update. If anyone has joined us that wishes to speak through the online platform, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and we can unmute you at the mayor's request. And then you can press *9 to lower your hand as well. If you have joined us using the software, you can send a question to myself, Carrie Mighton, and we can unmute you at the mayor's request, or we can read it on your behalf. And I do not have anyone in the chat function at this point asking to speak. And I do not see any raised hands yet.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Then we will move on now to item 7, which is unfinished business. We have a bit of that. Under 7.1, adoption of minutes. 7.1.1 is the July 5th, 2021 public meeting. Members of council, are there any questions on that particular set of minutes? Seeing none. 7.1.2, July 6, 2021, a council meeting minutes. Any questions on this particular set of minutes? Seeing none. Clerk Charbonnet, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that the minutes of the public meeting of July 5th, 2021, and the regular council meeting of July 6th, 2021 are hereby approved as circulated.
Thank you. I'm going to take a mover and seconder. I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Are you moving the motion, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I move the motion and I do have a question.
Okay. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Hutchinson, to your question.
I'm just curious why the August minutes aren't included. Maybe the timeline hasn't allowed for that. But we did have a meeting in August, right?
Okay, so I would just direct your attention to item number 8 on the agenda, Councillor. We have a fair number of meeting minutes in August, but this is just for the unfinished business from our last meeting, which would encapsulate the July.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
No worries. Good question overall. Any other questions, members of council? Seeing none on the motion, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 7.2, committee and board reports. So, and I'll go through them individually if there's any questions, and then I will ask the clerk to read the recommendation as we've just done in the previous item number 7. So 7.2.1, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit General Board, April 23rd, 2021 minutes. Any questions? 7.2.2, Climate Action Advisory Committee, July 13, 2021 minutes. Members of council? 7.2.3, Committee of Adjustment, June 14, 2021 minutes. 7.2.4, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, June 16, 2021 minutes. Any questions? Councillor Hergert.
I would like those pulled from our whole vote at this time, and we could maybe even take.
So, Councillor Hergert, I wonder if you could restate. The audio did not connect.
Sure, I would like the minutes of the 7.2.4 Saugeen Municipal Airport, July 15th pulled, and we can have a discussion at a later time on those.
Is there a question that you wish addressed for this that we can deal with now?
On page 112 of our agenda, I believe.
Okay.
Must be later than that. Hang on.
No, it certainly shows it on my agenda. Thank you, but please go ahead.
Sure. So I'm on page 128. There was a discussion about taking the financials into a closed session, and I did not see that there was actually a moving of a closed session. Section 239 of the Municipal Act doesn't allow for that unless there's something more specific that we could look into, unless there's an update from our representative as well.
Okay, I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor, who is our council appointed member on the Saugeen Municipal Airport. Are you able to address this?
Well, I apologize, Councillor Hergert. I turned away from the mic and I did not hear the question. So if I could have it repeated, and then I may be able to respond, or I may not be able to, but I didn't catch the whole question. Thank you.
Sure. June 16th, 2021, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission minutes. There's discussion in here about taking financials into closed session, and I did not see a mover and a seconder for the closed session on the financials. I also am looking for an update, as this is unfinished business. There's been a significant discourse over in Brockton regarding this asset. I imagine we'll get to that at a later time. but we obviously need to be looking towards resolve on this issue, and adding a few more blocks is hardly resolved that the community is looking for.
Okay, so we're dealing with the minutes at hand, and I can tell you on what is page 5 of the Municipal Airport Commission minutes, item 11 and also item 12, there was a motion to go in camera and then a motion direction to come out of camera. So this is where we're seeing the municipal airport moving in and out of camera. Deputy Mayor, anything further on this? Well, I'd like to get a response from the deputy onto your question, and then we can move on with the minutes.
Specifically to going into closed session, is that what the question would be? Just so I'm clear, because we had some extra stuff added there.
So I'm on, may I?
Yep.
Page 123, number 2 is approval of the agenda. That the agenda for June 16th, 2021 be amended to move item 9AI, financial reports, year-to-date budget review, to the closed session, and that the agenda be accepted as so amended. There is not a proper in and out of closed session through the approval of the agenda motion that was made. So I'm looking to have year-to-date budget review in open session, or to have the minutes of the closed session brought forward, because there was no proper mover and seconder to move into a closed session. There's no closed session that allows for financials to be enclosed.
Deputy Mayor, do you have a response, or is this something you need to take back to the Sauga Municipal Airport for clarity?
I would need to, yeah, we could pull that, and I would need to take it back, because I just, at the top of my head, I can't pull everything together here. It's not enough notice, Mayor Robinson. I would certainly respond or have the commission respond back through the proper.
The question's been asked. We'll get a response through our representative on the Airport Commission.
So at this time, I would like that those are not approved until we get it cleaned up.
All right. And is there any other questions on, or Genevieve, Director of Administration and Clerk, Genevieve Sharback, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson. Just a small clarification. Council doesn't approve those minutes. They simply receive them for information. So there is an opportunity to have Deputy Mayor check on that motion to go into closed session. But our motion is simply to receive them, not to approve them as they are. So council can't change them.
Thank you for that clarity. So we'll get a response back from our Deputy Mayor with regard to your question, Councillor Herger. All right, then I'm now moving on to item 7.2.5, Commercial Beautification Committee, June 23rd, 2021 minutes. Any questions? 7.2.6, West Grey Police Services Board, June 28, 2021 minutes. 7.2.7, West Grey Local Accessibility Advisory Committee, June 30th, 2021 minutes. And a 7.2.8, West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee, July 12th, 2021 minutes. Okay, and at this time, members of council, if you have any updates on your particular committees or boards, would you like to make any statements at this time? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Just quickly, Mayor Robinson, and thank you. I just want to let everyone know that the municipal airport has been successful in having a new person take over, and the restaurant will be operational by the end of this month, and it will be for a 6-month trial term, but that is good news. So things are developing over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 comments. One is we have a recommendation from the Economic Development Committee here for the use of funds, and I'm sure that'll get addressed.
Yes.
But also just to comment on the fact that the Traffic Safety Working Group is meeting tomorrow, actually the 8th.
Okay.
In the morning, and we'll decide the go forward position and of the status of that working group, and I look forward to holding that. Thank you.
Oh, very good. We'll get the update on the traffic calming committee. That is the wonderful news. It's been most anticipated. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was curious if I could just go further on Deputy Mayor there, talking about the airport restaurant, and I was curious if that was going to generate any revenue.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Hergert, yes, it is. They are going to be paying an agreed amount, and that's where that's at. Again, it's a trial, so that we can do the trial for 6 months. So yes, there is income there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Clerk Scharbach, on the first recommendation that deals with the Economic Development Advisory Committee, we'll deal with that motion first, if we get a mover and seconder, and then we'll go on to the minutes of the boards and committees. So on that first recommendation, Clerk Scharbach, could you please read it?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that council hereby approves the West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee's recommendation that $15,000 be allocated from the Economic Development Reserve to operations for the purpose of the Downtown Revitalization Program.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, did I see your hand?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I will second that motion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions on the motion? Councillor, okay, thank you for taking your hand down, Councillor. All those in favor then indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Now we'll deal with the next recommendation, which is the minutes of the committees. We've heard from Clerk Scharbach that it is just to receive the minutes. So that would be the minutes that I have listed. Clerk Scharbach, to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, I'm not sure if the recommendation is to receive the minutes of the committees and boards, or to receive them with the exception of 7.2.4, the Airport Commission minutes.
Well, we're dealing with the recommendation that's on the agenda. I don't have any other indication at this point for that. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I would like to receive them, except for the one that the Sauga Municipal Airport.
So are you moving that motion?
Yes, I am.
Is there a seconder for that motion? I'm not seeing a seconder. Then I'd go back to the original recommendation. Clerk Scharbach, to read the recommendation that's on the agenda.
To you, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this recommendation? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I thought I saw Councillor Hutchinson. Is that correct as a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
All right, then, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We're moving over to 7.3 correspondence, 7.3.1 items requiring action. 7.3.1.1 Guy Coleus request to purchase municipal land. Clerk Scharbach, to the recommendation.
For you, Mayor, the recommendation is that a planning report be brought back to a future council meeting regarding the sale of municipal lands as requested by Guy Coleus.
Is there a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this recommendation?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, I move the recommendation, but I also have a question. Thank you.
Okay. And is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, is that you with your hand up?
Yes, Councillor Hergert, I'll second this.
Thank you. All right, over to you, Councillor Hutchinson, for your inquiry.
Right. So given that we're going to have a report back on this or some more information coming forward, my only concern, we do sell property, and this gentleman, I believe, owns on both sides of this road allowance. We do sell off property in this case. I'm just curious that the Sauga Valley Conservation Authority has managed forest in that area. I know they've done some logging in the last year or so. I'm just curious, are they going to be able to have access? I'm just wondering about that. I know there's access from the north to to, I believe it's Moss Lake, which is not used that much, but I would like to make sure that we maybe speak with Conservation Authority to see that they're okay with selling off this road access in case they need to access the lake area. They have land in there. Thank you.
So, thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, is this something that would, in terms of the inquiry, be included in the report back to council?
Mayor, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That will be a consideration set out in the report. And that's why it's important to have that staff report to look at all of those pieces.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? No, anything else, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. 7.3.1.2, Sean Foley, request for exemption to animal control bylaw. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council hereby exempts Sean Foley from the lease provisions in the animal control bylaw number 87/2009, and that the clerk provide a letter to Mr. Foley confirming the exemption, and that staff are directed to review bylaw 87/2009 and report back to a future meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion. I also have a question.
Oh, yes, I'll take your question. And could you please take your electronic hand down? Thank you. And please proceed at this time with your inquiry.
Yes, I'm just, maybe my question is to the Councillor Shea. Is this an oversight, do you think, in our bylaw that this is something that needs to be included, Mr. Shea, since you're on that accessibility committee? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on this.
Councillor Shea?
I did wonder that myself, that support animals are supposed to be explicitly permitted, and I didn't know that it would be required that people would seek a case by case basis, but I'm not really that familiar with that part of the legislation. So
Okay.
I think I would ask the clerk for possible further input.
Correct. We have the clerk indicating that she wishes to speak. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson. Our bylaw, our animal control bylaw, was created in 2009. So the AODA and the regulations thereunder were quite a bit different place in 2009. It's certainly time to update the bylaws so that service animals are included as exempted.
Thank you for that response.
It's just timing, and it's time to clean it up.
Very good. Anything further, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Item 7.3.1.3, Can Do Homes, request to purchase municipal land. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that a planning report be brought back to a future council meeting regarding the sale of municipal lands as requested by Can Do Homes.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I will second it, and I have a comment.
Go ahead now, please.
The planning report would take into account, I presume, that the requested land to be purchased is next to and effectively part of the park that exists there on Mill Street. So I'm just bringing that to staff's attention and asking that that be included in the report.
Clerk Sharbeck, could that be included in the report that is pending?
Certainly, I'll pass that on to Planner Spencer, but I'm sure she will be looking at all the factors as she reports back.
Indeed. Anything further, members of council? All those in favor in the motion, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Let's move on to 7.3.2, items for information. So I'll run through the list of these, and then we'll look to the recommendation, which our clerk Sharbuck would read. 7.3.2.1, Grey County fulfilling municipal accessibility requirements. Any questions? Councillor Shea.
I would like to have discussion on this. Should we do this at this point, or do we pull it for?
No, we can, let's address it now for your inquiries, please.
Okay, thank you. So this document outlines some of the conditions under which the municipality would consult with the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. Just for clarity, we do have a local accessibility advisory committee, but our committee has chosen not to take on the legislated requirements of accessibility advisory committees. We're letting the joint committee, Grey County committee, handle that. And our local committee is more about advocacy, education. But apart from that, this does require that the municipality submit plans for works to the Grey County Joint Accessibility Committee. And I just wanted to ask if the if the modifications to the West Grey office, making the counters lower levels, the addition of opening doors, automatic doors, was submitted for review to that committee. And likewise, the work that's going on at the Heritage Bridge currently, which is changing outdoor pathways, which is also required to be reviewed, if that work has also been reviewed by the joint committee.
Thank you for the inquiry. Clerk Sharbuck, is this a response that you could provide now, or is this where you need to take it back and then provide a response through email? What would you like to do with the inquiry?
Through you, Mayor, I'm not sure of who sent that information to the county committee. I can follow up and check on that unless somebody else knows a little bit more about it. Moving forward, I will be sitting on that committee as a rep from the municipality of West Grey, so I'll be a little bit more informed very soon. But I will find out that information. I can share that by email if you like.
I think that would be a great way to handle this. Councillor Shea, I can tell you that for years there's been an audit done on the accessibility of our municipal structures and facilities, and as it's identified that work needs to be done to improve accessibility, that was built into the plan. Then the plan was taken up to the county for discussion and action overall. But let's find out where the status is of your inquiry, and we'll get the information to all of council and the report back. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you,
Madam. On this particular item?
It's on this particular item, yes.
Go ahead.
I had similar questions and concerns. We're sitting at the beginning of September, and I don't know when in 2021 it's required. I don't know what's required, and also don't know whether we're on track to do it. And I thought of all kinds of things, like similar to what Councillor Shea mentioned, plus some, plus we've done other accessibility issues, website, whatever the case may be. So I don't know what's in and what's out. And it would be nice to know what the scope of that feedback is. And that might be a good education for us in the public as to what has been done that we may or may not be aware of, and just a nice summary, but also to be aware of the additional work that's required to fulfill that, because we may not be aware of that activity or the scope of it either.
Very good. We'll get that information out. Thank you. Councillor Herger.
Yes, so to Councillor Shea's question regarding the Lions Club and Heritage Bridge Park, that plan did go up to the county in early 2018. Mr. John Bell was deputy mayor at that time and sat on that committee and took that and presented the design to the Grey County Accessibility Committee. I also was curious if our brand new build of the police station would go to this committee. I mean, we've talked about having sloped sidewalks to accommodate. Is there, are there other recommendations that Grey County accessibility committee could put that would help us do a bang up job on a big police station. I'm also curious about those accessibility compliance reports. Is that something maybe for the last, 2020 was an anomaly year, but if we could have 2019 reports about how we're doing, I think that would be helpful in helping us plan forward. I also note that in the minutes of that airport commission, they're thinking about building some new trails. And so I'm curious again about how accessibility plays into the development of park space and community space. So I look forward to some more information on this.
Certainly, information with regard to our police build. Carl Shiprock, our CBO, is responsible for that. And certainly with regard to the requirements, standards of legislation, those will be met. On that, if there's any further information with regard to those inquiries, we'll have a follow-up to this, and if necessary, a report will be brought forward from staff with all of this, or if it can be addressed in an email. All right, so I need to move on to the other items. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry to interrupt, but on the Lions project for the Heritage Park, be very careful. In 2018, it was envisioned as a much larger, much more encompassing type project. It has shrunk significantly because of lack of grant money, et cetera. So it may not be the same. And so I'll mention that with the clerk's new role, right? She should be able to take that back, but it may be very different of what's on file.
Thank you for everyone's input on this. I'm now going to move on to 7.3.2.2, Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare and CUPE Ontario, 21st Annual Childcare Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day, October 21st, 2021. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, my first question is, have we responded to support that in the past? I thought we had, actually.
Clerk Sharbach, are you able to respond to this inquiry?
Through you, Mayor. I haven't had a chance to look back at last year's resolutions. I don't recall a resolution to support it, but that doesn't mean much. I'll have to check back on that. And
we'll do a follow-up to that then. Thank you.
Yes, I can send that information out as well. We do have a little bit of time before the Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day.
Very good. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, I would be in favor of supporting that. I think not only during COVID, but as a general rule, that is your basis for education going forward. And the early educators are the ones that kind of set the stage and the foundation for that. So if appropriate, I would definitely move that we do support that.
So that could be brought forward in a notice of motion as we would bring this forward for the next meeting.
Yes,
for that. And also Clerk Sharbach was going to check how it was addressed, if it was addressed last year. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that. And so noted. Anything further on this particular correspondence? 7.3.2.3, City of Woodstock, letter to Premier Ford regarding short and long-term solutions to address affordable housing, homelessness, and addictions crisis. Anything on this, members of council? Councillor Shea.
They haven't specifically asked for action. They asked for it to be distributed to all municipalities, but they haven't asked for action. It does seem like a laudable and noble sort of request that they are making, linking homelessness, addiction, mental health, and placing the responsibility squarely with the province to coordinate improvements in those linked fields. So I would introduce this as a notice of motion at the next, as a motion at our next meeting, and we can debate whether or not we'd like to support it at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Clerk Sharbach, then you've got some information and go forward. Would you at this time read the recommendation at hand?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The recommendation is that council hereby receives all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shay, are you seconding the motion?
I second the motion.
Any inquiry on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. This motion is carried. I'm wondering, before we go into, I have a question for members of council. Would you like to take a break now? We normally have been taking a break around 10:30. But my question to you is, do you want to finish off the unfinished business? Nope, there's quite a bit more. I'm going to retract that. I just looked at my agenda. There's more than 1 page of it. So I'm going to suggest we take that break now. Are you looking for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, members of council? Just kind of 10 minutes seem okay? All right, so that's perfect. So I'll see you back at 10:40, sorry. I was answering some questions in my head. I'll see you at 10:40, everyone. Please turn off your mic and your video. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Director Mighton, I wonder if you could just identify if Councillor Townsend has returned. Very good. Thank you. Magically. All right. So we do have all members of council present. Madam CIO, do you have the staff that you require?
Yes, good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Yes, everyone's here.
Yes, and thank you. Good morning to you as well. All right, we're dealing now with 7.4 staff reports, 7.4.1 Director of Finance, Treasurer, Durham Upper Dam Pedestrian Walkway. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council approves the request from Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority for $27,500, representing Westway's share to repair the pedestrian walkway and to purchase and install an H-beam at the Durham Upper Dam, and further that this be funded from a transfer from the Westway Flood Control Reserve.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
As Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? I'm looking for a raised hand. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hudson, yes, the second motion, and I also like to make a comment.
Go ahead and make your comment.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the job is basically done in terms of the upper dam, the upgrades. This is not necessarily talking about the 27,500, but that's future project. But people in the community seemed quite pleased that it's open again. They did a good job on it. One comment I'd like to make, and maybe it's something we need to take back to the Conservation Authority, is I had a citizen ask me, how come the upper dam is not accessible? And I know they didn't work on the railing and whatnot. They really didn't do work on the access to the walkway bridge. So that's something maybe in the future that the Conservation Authority might take into consideration. And I'm not sure with the walkways whether it's wide enough for wheelchairs and whether you could turn through there. But that's something maybe to take in consideration in the future. But it's nice to see it done, and we move forward with the future renovations. Thanks.
Thank you. And both the Deputy Mayor and I serve on the Water Resources Committee at the Conservation Authority that addressed this. Before I speak any further, Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up. Did you want to respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to say that's something we would certainly take back to the conservation. I apologize, Mayor Robinson, through you back to Councillor Hutchinson. The main thing here was we acted as quickly as we could. We got the job done. They heard the public, and we reacted, and we're very pleased that it was done as quick as we could to get the engineers in. We did a lot of the work in-house, and our main objective was to get it open and to take care of the public's need for that. But we can certainly look at the other. Thank you.
Yeah, and I could just build on that, Councillor Hutchinson. It was important to the community, and we heard loud and clear. We heard through West Grey Council, but we also heard at Conservation Authority, which I'm a board member, and so is the Deputy Mayor, that this was an important feature of Durham proper, of West Grey overall, and folks enjoyed walking over the river, over the dam. So this is what was referred to as the most expeditious but temporary fix that we could achieve, and to have it opened before the end of August, which that result was done. Certainly, there's work to determine whether there's different approaches, different access points, and also the area is accessible, but it's from the entrance to the Conservation Authority. So all very good points, all points that were under advisement and in discussion anyway. So stay tuned for further update from our committee and SVCA board. So thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm curious as to how much is in the flood control reserve and sort of how that gets funded, and whether we figure it's at a sufficient level we should be drawing for that or finding other ways to fund it. I don't disagree with using the fund. I just don't know enough about what's in the reserve and how it gets funded. So.
Okay, I know we had these questions responded to when we had the delegation and the response, but Director Mighton, I wonder if you could just refresh our memory, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the report indicates the balance is $42,138.30. So that will draw down in 20. 2020, we maybe put money into reserve, but we did not put any money into reserve for this purpose in 2021.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, so to clarify, and I did know the amount was in the reserve, Madam Mayor, it was just to set a point. And there's always different people on, which is why I feel every time it comes forward, we may need to go down that path. But so the way that it gets funded is just by the will of council rather than a process that provides some funding over time. Is that correct, Director Mighton?
Yes, consistent with all your reserves. It's at the discretion of council.
Okay, thank you very much. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? So all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 7.4.2, Director of Finance Treasurer 2020 year-end supplementary assessment and write-offs. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
To you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council approves the supplementary omitted taxes and write-offs in the amount of $46,708.26 and $339.84 for location taxation and BIA area rates respectively.
So I'm looking if you're interested in moving or seconding a motion for a raised hand, or is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
I will move the motion and I do have a question. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Okay. To your question, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was curious if our Director of Finance, Carrie, could talk a little bit about the vacant unit rebate and end date, if that has been fully concluded, if that is part of this write-off discussion.
Director Mighton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the write-offs, the vacant unit rebates and that amount were related to 2019. In 2021, the applications that were received were referencing for the 2020 year. So there will be one more year of that, and then it is completed. That finishes it off. As of 2021, it is no longer in existence, but the applications for 2020 were received by the end of February of 2021.
So we will continue to see a write-off of a small amount, typically for one more year.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. And then were there any minutes of settlement that these write-offs related to?
So those are various minutes of settlement, ARB decisions, tax incentive program changes, someone who switched from residential into farmland. So it's a variety of changes in there. Yeah.
And the same if somebody would have gone from residential to commercial, there would be a difference there?
So if it adds or increases the value or the tax, it would be in the supplementary or omitted assessment, the new values. If it's a reduction, then it gets in the write-off. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. That completes my question.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. All right, 7.4.3, Director of Development, CBO, 2021, second quarter West Gray building activities. To the recommendation, Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that CBO report 2021 Q2 building department activity be received for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
Is there any questions? Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I was just curious if we could have, is Mr. Shiparak on? Yes. Okay. Mr.
Yes.
Earl is there. I'm curious about our inspection times and capacity. Do we have any, any delay that way? I see that we're busier than ever.
CBO Shipwreck, do you have a response?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Through the busy season, what I call, say, May, June, and July are the 3 busiest months of the year. We did see some, some delays in plans review time. All our inspections are done Monday for West Grey, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we accept requests for inspections on Tuesdays and Thursdays for foundation footings, as well as septic inspections, because those are ones that are sort of time sensitive. So those are all done within the mandated times, usually within 24 hours. So if somebody requests an inspection today, they will get it tomorrow. We have had no issues with that. The delay is sometimes because we're doing so many inspections that the plans review doesn't get done within that mandated 2-week period. But we are back to the 2 weeks now that we are through the sort of that busy season, and we have hired a new inspector. So hopefully that will alleviate some issues for 2022 if the construction seems to be the similar number of applications and permits for 2022.
Great. Anything further, Councillor?
One last question. If buildings should continue at this fantastic rate, do we have any other concerns for the building department?
CBO Shiprock?
Under our current staffing level, no, I don't have any concerns. But there will be, through retirement, things like that, we will have to look at replacing, some members of the department for sure in the 2022 or 2023 for sure.
Okay, excellent work in that department. Thanks.
Anything further, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I'm just curious, just throw this out as a thought for our building director, but are we busy enough that we should be on our own going forward, given that we're going to have some changing of staff, given that we have 2 days that we use that go towards Chatsworth? Are we busy enough to have our own building department?
CBO Shiprock?
I believe we've always been busy enough to have our own department. Whether, if we did have our own department, whether that would, go back to 5-day-a-week inspections, I don't necessarily agree. I think the 3-day-a-week inspections have been working exceptionally well. As everybody is aware, we have a very large municipality. And if we can limit the amount of driving, because right now, through the current, through the busy time, and still we're doing between 15 and 30 inspections every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if we're doing, if we divided that up by 5 days a week, you're doing less inspections per day, but you're doing a lot more driving to get to those inspections. We have subdivision, as everybody knows, out at Forest Creek near Elmwood. We have a lot of activity going in Newsad and Ayton. We have some commercial development going down just north of Mount Forest. We have a subdivision up by Markdale. So there's continuous activity at all ends of the municipality. So if we can consolidate those inspections to 3 days a week, we've heard minor complaints from contractors, but as I said, anybody who's requested a special inspection, something that they really need on that Tuesday and Thursday, we've always been able to accommodate them. So I don't see any concerns. I think moving forward, even if we were to go to just a West Grey building department, then we would still probably continue with those 3 days a week. It just makes life for the department that much easier. But I believe under our current staffing and under our current the current numbers, there has definitely been a peak this year. Next year will be interesting to see if that peak continues or not. It's hard to say right now. If we knew that this peak was going to continue for 3, 4, 5 years, I would say then, we would definitely see something we could consider. But if it's a one-time thing or even a 2-year thing, we can work through it. And once we get back to our standard permit numbers, with our current staffing, we'd have no problem accommodating Chatsworth.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
Well, I just going forward, we realize that we have a subdivision in the town of Durham underway, and we have potentially another one that could happen within the next year or so. So I'm just wondering, that's going to put a lot of stress on our building department. Just food for thought. That's all. Thank you.
Certainly. All right. Anything further, members of council? All right. I just want to say that I'm very pleased with the report, CBO Shipwreck, and obviously there is development in our community, and there are individuals and the building sector and all the related sectors are certainly investing in West Grey, and that is absolutely wonderful to see. Okay, with that, all those in favor of the motion at hand, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. I'm moving on now with everyone to item 7.4.4, Manager of Planning and Development, 1993934 Ontario Inc. request to purchase municipal property. Clerk Schrebeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council receive Planner Spencer's report and the recommendation to proceed to declare the land surplus and direct staff to proceed with the disposal of municipal lands process.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I move the motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Great. Any questions? Councillor Hutchinson, I see your electronic hand. Does that indicate you have an inquiry?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe not so much a question as a comment, but I would be in favor of this this going forward. This development could go along with the other development that's across the road that we've already passed, going out on Park Street. And I think it also bodes well for future addition of infrastructure, because obviously water and sewers would be an issue with both this development and the one across the road, that they're going to have to be an extension. And I think that would be an ideal time to look at road upgrades in going to the landfill, which maybe our director maybe would have some comments on in terms of, putting these properties in the same time frame sort of thing for development. So maybe our director could respond to our thoughts on this.
Well, I think we'll go to CBO Shipwreck, who is representing Planner Spencer in this report. So we'll go there first. Any comments, CBO Shipwreck?
Yes, thank you. Our director of our manager of planning is at an LPAT hearing today, so couldn't be at this meeting. So I agree. I think through the report, as Planner Spencer indicated, we do recommend selling or declaring this property surplus. And I'm not sure of the intention of the property owner or what their plans are for the property. So I can't say if they're planning on developing it right away or if they're planning on waiting till next year. But this is a start to get that process underway.
Thank you. Director Shawinski, did you have anything to add with regard to the comment from Councillor Hutchinson?
Good morning, through your worship.
Morning.
This particular time, I don't have any comments. However, if through the budgetary process, if it is the will of council and council would like me to, bring improvements and so forth, or concepts for improvements for Park Street, et cetera, with the development going on there, then I'd be happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
Not this time. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I believe this item has come before us a couple of times in the past, and I thought we resolved it at those times that we were going to try to conclude the our surplus land inventory process, which we started and with Mark Turner and never concluded. So I thought our thinking when this request came forward in the past was that we'd like to finish that process first. So I feel like we've been dragging our heels a bit on that. And this developer is sort of saying, well, I've already asked for this twice already, and now I'm asking for it a third time. And we're sort of thinking, oh, well, we need to do it. I'd still like to finish the overall discussion we had about lands that we have generally, and finish that surplus land inventory before deciding to divest ourselves of property that we own on a case-by-case basis at the request of developers. So I'm not going to support moving forward with this at this time because I think it's premature. Thank you.
Thank you. CIO Johnson, do you have any comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Shea. You're correct. We had started a conversation on our surplus inventory, and I believe trying to recall when the planner had brought a report recommending that we revisit that again. So let me take that back, and when Laura Lee and I can connect, we'll be sure to bring that back to council.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Herger.
I concur with Councillor Shea on this. We do have two other items that have already, we've talked about briefly in this agenda, that we want a planning report back. But I think that planning report, along with this request, will be much easier to agree upon once we've completed our work on what property is surplus. And to Councillor Hutchison's point about where development will happen and what improvements we need to make to those areas as well. I do recall we had a bit of a public meeting or a public comment about Park Street and about the lay of the land there, and that citizens wanted to have some improved sight lines on that road. So I think it is worth having a wholesome discussion about surplus land in full. That way we can already know what we need to do and what properties are for sale or what properties need to be retained for further development. So I am happy to work on that wholesome discussion and forego this one-off request at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, my concern is that we have developers that are approaching us wanting to do something, and we keep saying, well, we're looking at our inventory, we're looking at our inventory. We had this discussion at least 2 years ago, if not more, on this piece of property, and we've done nothing. So why do we keep putting it off? I say if we get somebody that's interested in doing something, let's have them do it. And in the meantime, let's get that report done for sure. I agree. It would be great to have that, but I can't see pushing things off just for the sake, well, we're gonna do a report, and then meanwhile, developers go to another municipality because we're dragging our feet. So that's my concern is if we're going to do a report, let's get a report done and move on. Thank you.
Council, Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just to clarify, this motion it's been moved and seconded, so it is on the floor before council. It does not technically declare these lands surplus. It simply receives the report and the recommendations therein. So at a future meeting of council, there will need to be a formal resolution to declare the specific lands with a legal description as surplus to the needs of the municipality. And at that meeting, there'll also have to be, we can do it at the same meeting. If it's council's wish at that time to declare it surplus, then a bylaw to close that road. And that is the beginning of the sale process.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Hutchinson, you have your electronic hand up. Was there anything further?
No, other than I think our clerk is a little confused when we're talking about closing a road. We're talking about the Park Street development. She might be referring to the last one where it had to do with selling off a piece of property on an unopened road allowance. But anyways, regardless, we need to do a report. This is the recommendation to proceed to declare the land surplus is the way I read that. So that means that that's what we should be doing.
Okay.
Declare it surplus.
Clerk Sharbuck, did you want to clarify your statement, or shall I just move on?
Hi, yes, I'm just looking at the report here. I may have been thinking of the previous one to close the road. However, this resolution, if you want it to actually declare the land surplus, we'll have to tidy up the wording to do so because it does not declare it surplus at this time.
Okay. Anything further, members of council? Councillor Shea.
I still need clarity on this this point that the clerk is making. The recommendation before us includes proceed with the disposal of the land. Proceed with the disposal of the municipal lands process. So I think we're declaring it surplus with this resolution, and we are starting the sale process. So I don't believe it's going to come back to us. This is the time to make the decision.
Clerk Sherbuck.
To your worship, if it's council's wish to declare it surplus at this time, then receive Planner Spencer's report, and not just receive the recommendation, but and hereby declares the land to be surplus. The resolution you've moved and seconded is simply receiving. So if it's council's wish to declare it surplus, it needs to say receive the report and hereby declares the land surplus. Identified as, I don't have a legal description here. We have a roll number 4205-260-0041 5400 on plan 505 per lot 5.
Okay, so Clerk Sherbuck, we do have a motion on the floor. So that is the motion that we're voting on, unless it is procedurally correct if I ask the mover and seconder if that is the intent of the motion to declare. Would that be procedurally correct?
Through your worship, I think it's important to understand the intent of the mover and seconder, because if the intent is to declare it surplus, then we'll simply tidy up the wording.
All right, so
if they're agreeable to that.
Councillor Hutchinson, as the mover, what was your intent in this motion to declare the land surplus?
Right. So I'm going by what is in the recommendation and the report. Council receives Planner Spencer's report and a recommendation to proceed to declare the land surplus and direct staff to proceed with the disposal of municipal lands process. That's what I'm suggesting.
So your intent is to declare it surplus?
Right.
Okay, and as the seconder, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, it actually would move it along faster rather
Okay.
than having to have yet another motion come back to say that we are going to declare it. We might as well do it now. So with the agreement of Councillor Hutchinson, I would agree to wording that was suggested by the clerk to actually declare it tonight or today.
Perfect. And that was my next phase. So Clerk Sharbeck, knowing the intent from both mover and seconder, and you're suggesting some language adjustment to that motion, would you be prepared at this time with that language to read out?
Sure, through you, Mayor, that council received Planner Spencer's report and hereby declares the land surplus, or I would say the lands known as roll number, and will identify the roll number, and direct staff to proceed with the disposal of municipal lands process.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, agreeable to the wording?
Yes.
And Councillor Townsend, agreeable to the wording?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I'm just going to see if there's any other questions. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have your electronic hand up. Is that an indication of a question or anything? No. All right. Councillor Hergert then.
Yes, I was curious if we could just flow back over to CAO Laura Johnson and ask when we may be able to see that that list of properties that we would declare surplus. Like, how long might that be out?
Madam CAO, do you have a status report?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and to you, Councillor Hergert. I would suspect that we could bring that report in October. I know that the draft has been, when Mr. Turner did the first inventory list, that needs updated now because some things aren't on that list any longer. And I do want to speak with Planner Spencer because she had started, and I'm trying to recall when she brought a report requesting that we deal with sort of the concept of selling off lands. Is this something we're doing or whatever? So I think the inventory list will actually help that conversation. So when I speak with our planner and the clerk, we'll get that to you in October.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion at hand? Then I'll call the vote.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend. The council received Planner Spencer's report and hereby declares lands known as rule numbers in the report. Sorry, I don't have it before me. And direct staff to proceed with the disposal of municipal lands process.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 4 in favor. All those opposed indicate with a raised hand. 2. 4 members of council voted in favor of the motion. 2 members of council voted opposed. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 7.4.5. We're on page 4 of the agenda now. And this is a Director of Administration Clerk, Commercial Beautification Committee, proposed changes to committee. Now, before I ask Clerk Scharbeck to read the recommendation at hand, I first would like Madam CAO to provide an update on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Council, you'll see the recommendation before you coming forward from our Subcommittee of Economic Development, the Commercial Beautification Committee. They're requesting that they have a change in status so that they have council representation. This has been out, well, this is a leftover from August. Since this went to council at the last meeting, the Economic Development Advisory Committee has had an opportunity to meet as well. And I just wanted to take a moment to share some of their feedback. That committee has now been slightly restructured. We have a chair and a vice chair. Our recording secretary has been on duty since the committee was formed. So the committee is in a very good place right now. Meetings are proceeding, quorum is not an issue. So their concern is that they still feel that they should have some connection to the work of what CBC is doing, because beautification, particularly in the downtown urban area, is an economic development priority. However, when you look at economic development in a broader scope, in particular with tourism, all of our green spaces have an opportunity to drive our economy with visitors and that kind of thing. They are not opposed necessarily to whatever council wishes to do, but they just wanted to make sure that there was an avenue that they could still be involved with beautification decisions and you know, have that connect somehow. So I will leave that with council to ponder as you debate the structure that you'd like our beautification committee to take in the future. And maybe there's a way that they either roll up as a regular member of the advisory committee, or there's something in the terms of reference that ensures that both groups can work together if in fact they end up being 2 separate groups.
Thank you. I just have a question from the chair. And if we continue that CBC is a subcommittee of economic development, the Economic Development Committee is prepared to continue with that support, and that there would be ongoing dialogue and connection with the CBC and economic development. I just want to ensure that the subcommittee has the ability to convey any information and have the actions to be considered, and whether that, so is Economic Development Committee prepared to continue with that model? And is that something that we could look at for the short term, as opposed to a committee setting at this point for the CBC?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what another option would be that the members of the CBC just become appointed to the Economic Development Committee. They join our meetings. They're a standing item on the agenda. You know, then they're not waiting. I mean, the flow right now, and I credit them for, you know, sort of evolving the CBC and you know, their desire to evolve both the mandate and the process needs to be fine-tuned, which is why this is here today. If they're part of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, they participate in that meeting just as any other member that's been appointed by bylaw. If council feels that the scope of this committee's new work is a little bit stretched to be added to Economic Development Advisory Committee, then a second committee would be warranted. So either way, I really would like to see the CBC group, as listed in this motion, have the ability to have that direct link with council so that we are taking away the subcommittee model one way or another. And I think that that's the goal of both the CBC and Economic Development, is just asking, they're just raising the awareness that they still feel that urban beautification is an economic development driver.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To comment on that, I would hate to think that we're going to slow CBC down, which we have been doing if they come back for approval all the time, right? By the same token, they need to understand the economic development strategy and where we're heading. So if we don't have the whole committee on, we could have a representative, if you will, sit on the economic development, but either way, they would still keep their independent status so that they do have that access to council directly. And I think that's a good move forward. And I just wanted to throw that out, just seeing how the process has worked in the past. And either way, it's an improvement, but they don't have to all be there if that's a deterrent to going that route. We could have, one or two even join to make sure they're getting the information and understanding where the economic development is going sooner than having to have it filtered down at a later date and slow them down on their other activities.
So are you suggesting that maybe, depending on how the discussion goes here, but maybe take this back where CAO Johnson can inquire from the CBC members whether they wish to join economic development? Or what is it that you're suggesting? Please.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the clarification question. That's exactly what I was saying. Take it back to CBC, see if they're okay with that. I would assume economic development would be fine since there was no concern with them actually going separate. So I think that would work either way, but I would leave that in the hands of the CAO. Should comment, it also reduce the number of your suggestion of combining again would reduce the number of staff interactions. And I don't know that concern. That's something that you would have to deal with your staffing issue, but I just want to acknowledge that could also be a reason you might want to suggest combining it, but I just wanted to throw that other option out there.
Good. Well, thank you. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out that there is a member on the Economic Development Advisory Committee who also sits on the current CBC. So, that's what it's like today. I'm not going to speak for that member if that's something that she's able to continue on. We have adjusted our meeting time for economic development, which might work for the CBC members and it might not. So I do understand exactly where the CBC wants to go, and they want to have that take away a layer. That's really what they're looking to do. And if council deems another committee is the way to do it, that's fine. I don't know what I'll do about staffing, but if there's council reps at that new committee, not every committee of council has a staff member as it is today. So they're looking for council support is really the bottom line.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I support this initiative. The members want to have more direct access to council. That's sensible to me. I understand that economic development sees the CBC or the new Gardens Green Space Advisory Committee as being part of economic development, but I understand also that economic development sees everything as being part of economic development. I applaud you for your broad view of the economic development activities, but this would also, a Gardens and Green Space Advisory Committee could also be seen as feeding into a climate action committee. It could be seen as feeding into all sorts of initiatives across the municipality. So I think having this be a standalone committee is sensible. I think having the something like the chair of this committee be an ex officio member of economic development is perfectly sensible as well. We can leave that up to the members of the committee. You are recommending 2 councillors be appointed to this. I would volunteer to put my name forward and would support this initiative wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. I do support this also. I was going to suggest that I would put my name forward because I am on the Economic Development Committee. And I think it could go between them, CBC and the economic development. Plus, we do have a committee member, as in Elizabeth, who could be also part of that sharing communication link, if you like. So I don't know if that helps and whatnot, but I've always had lots to say about the gardens in our West Grey. So maybe there's an opportunity for me to have a little more direct input. Thanks.
Indeed. Thank you. Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, sorry, there's one point I meant to mention, and that was we talk about green spaces as well as gardens. And I wondered if this would be somewhere where we should tuck trails rather than try to establish yet another separate committee, but bring that into the green spaces kind of label. And that might get it going, but it may also be able to coordinate, instead of having another committee having to coordinate, to actually coordinate all the activity as it relates to green spaces rather than just gardens only. Anyway, I'll leave that out on the table for comment by others as well.
Well, I do know that we do have a Trails Committee that's been established, and much work is being undertaken by Councillor Hutchinson. I would like to see, from my perspective, that get further developed at this stage and get a real start on it. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a question through you to the CEO Johnson. Have we talked to all the committee members about possibly coming and just sitting in on I know we have one member there, but we asked them to come and sit with the EDAC, and maybe we can all gel as a group and we can find out more what their needs are, because we just hear things trickling down, they need this, need that, and I know we had some struggles during the COVID, and that's fine. We're over those ones, but maybe if they came, maybe we could find a niche where we're all working a little tighter together. That's one question, if you could, and just to follow up, I would gladly put my name forward as well.
Thank you. Madam CIO, to the inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and to you, Deputy Mayor. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with the CBC members. I mean, we only had our economic development meeting mid-August. It just occurred to me that the comments coming from those members about how much they appreciate the work of the CBC and don't want to lose touch with that work was really what they had. That was the focus of the conversation at our EDAC meeting. You know, I mean, I could see the CBC benefiting our economic development efforts in general, just the range of talent in that current CBC group and the dedication of, you know, it's a very dedicated group of volunteers. I appreciate and value the fact that they want to expand their scope for general beautification of all of West Grey. And that's really where we're landing. So when this was originally designed with it being a subcommittee, the focus was downtown beautification. They've done some wonderful work. We've got a well-oiled machine. You know, Christmas happens, flowers happen, banners are happening. So it's all working really well. Now that they want to expand their scope, their concern is that as a subcommittee, there is always going to be a 1-month delay in their work. So I think what we're looking at right now is how do we deal with that delay? Do they come up to the other table, or do we put resources to a separate committee? That's really what we need to determine today to enable them to do the work that they're anxious to get started.
Deputy Mayor.
Quick follow-up. So, and I hear exactly what you're saying, and thank you, CEO Johnson. What I see here is we bring them up to the so-called other table, and we work with them for the next 3 months, and we make sure the agenda is wholesome, where they're going to have a good section of it to participate and bring what they want forward. And in 3 months, if we they find that there's a leg, but if we join the 2 meetings together, this could be a thing. But not only that, they're expanding, if you will, their group of volunteers, because we have a larger group at EDAC. And maybe there's a lot of extra hands there that are there willing to help them. That's how I'm looking at it. I think more is sometimes better. And I think there's a lot of keen people and volunteers on EDAC that maybe we can expand what they're trying to do and complement them and make sure that their needs are met. That's all. Thank you.
So is that a mover, or you're just commenting?
I was going to wait for the debate if anybody else had to speak, and then you could come back to me, Mayor Robinson. I just want to make sure we're in the middle of a wholesome discussion.
Sure. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I believe that the CBC is here asking us to become an advisory committee. I know that they've done a tremendous amount of work. It seemed like there was a bit of a ceiling to them, meaning that there was the CBC and then they would have to come to the economic development. And so that delay in time could be timely, especially if we're talking about plantings or we're talking about, a next project. And so I don't want to hinder any of these volunteers effort. They definitely have put in a lot of effort. You know, we just don't even see the effort that they put in every year, every season. And I'd like to give them credit that if they are coming to us and asking to be part of an advisory committee where they can directly speak to council, directly advise what their needs are, that we are supportive of them. And I think the overlap of a volunteer into the other economic development area is welcome. That's a great liaison. But they are asking for a separate committee, and I'm very supportive of that. And obviously, if you're down in Ayton, we can get Mary Lou Peffer and we can be on the Ayton Busy Bees together. But, you know, there's always a way for people to participate. But here we have the volunteers coming forward and asking for a bit more from council, and I would like to support that.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
I'd just like to comment on the part about the trails. Just within that, I could see that trails committee being part of maybe a subcommittee of this. I don't know whether that's the route we need to go, but trails right now is sort of in limbo because we're sort of waiting to see if there's any funds available. Plus, we have no committee members. So trails is in limbo at this point, but I have great expectations going forward.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, depending on where we go with this motion and with a motion coming forward, I just have a question to you, and that is if we go by way of, should it move towards committee on it? So we do have 3 members of council that voted or that have put their name forward. How do you suggest we proceed with that?
Through you, Mayor, if it's council's wish to proceed with striking a new committee, then I guess you need a mover and a seconder.
Sure.
And the recommendation is for 2 members of council, but it's certainly council's wish how to proceed with that. That whatever's moved, if it's council's wish to proceed with perhaps talking to the members and the economic development committees first and having a report back on how that flows, then you may want to just move and second that you receive the report. So it's entirely up to council how they wish to proceed. And I guess it would depend on what's moved.
Yeah, very good. No, thank you for that recap, for sure. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation as it is. The council hereby receives the report, proposed changes to CBC. Council hereby approves the proposed changes to the CBC structure to transition to an advisory committee of council, name the Gardens and Green Space Advisory Committee, and that the following current members of the CBC continue to serve as members of the Garden and Green Space Advisory Committee. And we'll have to get to the voting on the advisory committee representatives, but I would like to move that motion as it is.
Okay. All right. So Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion at hand? We'll regroup back so that you could read the motion at hand, and we have a mover, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor, as Councillor Hergert noted, we're up to where a name might be filled in the blanks that the following members of council be appointed to. So the recommendation moved by Councillor Hergert is that council receives the report, proposed changes to Commercial Beautification Committee, and that council hereby approves the proposed changes to the Commercial Beautification Committee structure to transition to an advisory committee of council named the Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee, and that the following current members of the Commercial Beautification Committee continue to serve as members of the Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee: Scott Forster, Courtney Hunter, Susan Papineau, Mary Lou Pfeiffer, Becky Welts, and Elizabeth McKenzie, and that the following members of council be appointed to the Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee. I'm just looking for names there.
Councillor Hergert, as the mover, do you have suggested names here?
Well, I would like that Councillor Hutchison is already sitting on the Trails Committee, and if there could be a potential overlap, I think that would be wonderful. That we could, it could morph into that Trails area, as well as Councillor Hutchison being on Economic Development. I think that suited perfectly. Councillor Shea had mentioned that he had some interest, and Councillor Shea had worked on the community gardens a year ago there. So I think there definitely is a tie-in for those two members, for Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Shea.
Okay. For you, Your Worship, I'll just continue on then with that.
Thank you.
That reading. Thank you, Councillor Hergert, for the clarity. That the following members of council be appointed to the Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee: Councillor Doug Hutchinson and Councillor Jeffrey Shea, and that the draft terms of reference for the revised committee be reviewed by the committee and brought to a future meeting for council's consideration.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And I'm looking for a raised hand, not an electronic hand. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, before I go any further, Councillor Hutchinson, just confirming you wish to serve on this committee if the vote goes through.
Yes, I do.
Councillor Shea, do you wish to serve on this committee if the vote goes through?
Yes, I do.
Okay, any other questions of clarity on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Item 7.5 bylaws, 7.5.1 bylaws 61-2021 rather, conference seminar and professional development policy for council and staff. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
You, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 61-2021, being a bylaw to establish conference, seminar, and professional development policy for council and staff of the municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Looking for raised hands. Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I'm seconding the motion. I do have a comment.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I like the bylaw does exactly what we said it was going to do. The only gap, I believe, is that it refers to out of town as a criteria for qualifying, and yet there may be a lot more online courses available, not just during the pandemic and these times, but perhaps beyond. So I wondered if a change could be made to actually reflect a definition that just doesn't restrict it to out of town for a determination of whether or not that's qualified within the bylaw.
Clerk Sharbuck.
I'm through you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for that exact section of the bylaw. Bear with me for a moment.
Councillor Townsend, do you have a reference section?
I did not make a reference, sorry. I was just checking as well.
All right.
I'm not sure, Councillor Townsend, through Your Worship, I'm not sure just which specific line that we're amending. So I'm just having a look through it here, unless
Your Worship?
Councillor Shea sees it.
Councillor Shea?
Section 2B and 2C.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Is it council's wish that we just simply remove the out of town, 3 words gone from section 2A and 2B?
That's probably the easiest. And it can be as amended, correct?
Yes. So the motion would be to read it a first, second, and third time as amended.
Councillor Shea as the mover, you're okay with that? Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Councillor Townsend as the seconder, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Very
Thank you.
good. Is there anything further, members of council? All right, Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion at hand again? Thank you.
The recommendation is that bylaw 61-2021 be read a first, second, and third time as amended.
All right, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 4, 6. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 6 carried. Okay, so we're on to number 8, adoption of minutes, 8.1, August 3rd, 2021 council meeting. So this is where I've identified I had a disqualifying interest It was only on that one section, but just for just to move the consideration of all the minutes forward, I'm asking Deputy Mayor, at this time, I'm transferring the chair to you for 8.1, August 3rd, 2021 council meeting, consideration of adopting those minutes. All right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So, excuse me, so the adoption of the minutes, we're going to discuss 8.1 right now. If there's any discussion on that, and comments or questions, if you will. Councillor Townsend, your hands up.
Yes, thank you very much. I actually had two comments, but I'll restrict it to one at this point. It has to do with the Durham hours for the landfill. And I think there was quite a bit of discussion on that about changing them so that we had a Saturday opening. And there was a reaction from the residents when that happened. I know I received quite a few of them, and I saw quite a few of them online as well. And so I wanted to note that I believe that the intent of the discussion was to have staff review to see if that could happen. There was no formal motion or resolution made, our mistake, or at least mine. And so at some point during this meeting, I wish to do that. I do know that I've advised it could be a notice of motion. I'm not sure we'll get there. And not only that, if we do get down there, I would like to raise it as an item that we address immediately to direct staff to look at and not put it off to yet another meeting. I think there's enough concern in the community. We would be remiss not to address it sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And Clerk Sharbeck, just one for procedurally and to make sure that I understand what the request is. Councillor Townsend is going to be bringing a notice of motion at the tail end of the meeting when that opportune time is there. We could still proceed with this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, yes, the minutes reflect what actually happened at the meeting. And that's the only concern when you're adopting the minutes. If there's an item from the past meeting that council would like to revisit, then we can certainly deal with that later in the meeting, but it wouldn't impact adopting the minutes, if that helps.
It does. I just wanted to, for clarification, I had that understanding, but thank you very much. Councillor Townsend, you're good with that as well, I would assume?
I am. And the other item I wanted to raise is that when we did the water sewer, excuse me, I believe it was Councillor Hutchison that put forward the motion to change the rate not to accept staff's recommendation. But I do believe there was also a discussion that said there was a report coming from GSS, and that when that came forward in the fall, at that point the rates could be reviewed. And it does not require a change to the minutes. But again, I just wanted the folks that are listening, as well as the rest of council, to be reminded that that was said, because it was not minuted. And just to make sure that we're all clear that we will go back and revisit those later, or that was the intent of that discussion. Whether we do or not will be when the report comes forward. But thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I would be looking for a mover for the adoption minutes only on item 8.1. And after we get a mover and seconder and we vote on that, then I will return the chair to Mayor Robinson. So if I could get a mover for 8.1, please. And I do see Councillor Shea's hand. Councillor Shea, are you moving that?
I'll move that, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. And I am looking for a seconder, please. And I see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding that?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the 8.1 recommendation before us, please?
The recommendation through you, Chair, if you're separating that out, is that the minutes of the August 3rd regular council meeting are hereby approved as circulated.
Thank you. Comments or questions from council? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor raise your hand, please. I see 5 members of council in favor. There is none opposed. That motion is carried. And at this time, I will return the chair back to Mayor Robinson to follow up with 8.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Handling 8.1, members of council, we are on 8.2, the August 9, 2021 special council meeting. Any questions on these particular sets of minutes? Seeing none. 8.3, August 9, 2021 public meeting. Any questions on those? All right, I'm gonna flip the page here. So 8.4, August 10, 2021 special council meeting minutes. Any questions on those? All right, very good. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation at hand then.
To you, Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of the public meeting of August 9th, 2021, and the special council meetings of August 9th and August 10th, 2021 are hereby approved as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding?
Councillor Herger, yes, I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We are now on to item number 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, Committee of Adjustment, July 5th, 2021 minutes. Any questions? We'll move through these individually as well. 9.2, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, June 30th, 2021 minutes. 9.3, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, July 21st, 2021 minutes. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. Item 10, correspondence. 10.1, items requiring action. 10.1.1, EPCOR Utilities, Inc. Request for letter for Ontario Energy Board application. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation.
The recommendation is that council hereby directs staff to provide EPCOR Utilities, Inc. with a letter of support for their application to the Ontario Energy Board.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Herger, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion. I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Make your comment.
Just that it's exciting news that this looks like they're opening up applying to open up the gas line so that more people can access and get service. So I think that's great news. So hopefully it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Yes, I didn't fully understand the letter from EPCOR. I don't understand what our current relationship is with them, if this is a precedent-setting initiative, and I was hoping that somebody on staff had a better overall understanding of what this entails and could enlighten me.
Okay. Clerk Scharbeck, we'll begin with you.
Through Mayor, I have only what we've received from EPCOR and their request. However, they did have to submit their application to the Ontario Energy Board already. This letter of support for council would simply be a follow-up that they may or may not be able to submit as well to be included with their already submitted report. But the details of their project, I think, was set out in the attachments.
Yes.
And they were forwarded to council, but I just don't have them at hand right now to go over the details. Sorry.
Thank you. They were forwarded under a separate cover, and I appreciate that you forwarded that very detailed document. Okay. Anything further, Councillor Shea, before I move on to Councillor Townsend?
So I'm sorry, so there's an additional document that we received apart from this letter?
Mm-hmm. You received an email. Please check if you received that email.
That's fine. I'll look for that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may also help Councillor Shea.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I requested those two documents, I wanted to make sure of two things. One is whether or not the 2018 document actually had a financial commitment to it, because I didn't know whether or not that would be accepted again. I know there was a close vote last time. So I figured I'd better make sure that wasn't there. It is not. The other one was I wasn't sure how much was being done in West Grey and what kind of commitment and whether or not we would have that MFA out there, not knowing that. So what I discovered by reading it is that the commitment is that it looks like, and that's only based on a map that's there, not the words, that the people east of Bruce Road 10 and south of Grey Road 25 would in fact potentially be receiving access to natural gas. It's unclear how far down that goes, but there is at least some folks in West Grey. Their letter goes on further to say that they will try to also include some Grey West residents between Chatsworth and Durham. Their application makes no mention of that, nor is it shown on the map. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to council that it looks like there is a commitment in the application for us to benefit from this, at least from the Elmwood and east side of West Grey. And there is a statement of intent to try to expand that to the Chatsworth area. And that was exactly why I asked for them. The other thing though, not having the commitment, the MFA could still be reassured that it's valid, because all it says is that it's like a regular contract that we've signed with like Enbridge when they were doing the work across Grey Road 25 again, where they were responsible for damage, except like all that is in that document, but there is no financial commitment on our behalf. So I just wanted to share that in case other people didn't read it quite as detailed.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And I too requested that Clerk Scharbeck provide that additional detail information and have that circulated to members of council, in addition to the letter that's on the agenda, so that it would provide more clarity in terms of what the potential was for this type of infrastructure. So that was why my request to have the additional information before you. Are there any other questions, members of council? Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion at hand? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. The council hereby directs staff to provide EPCOR Utilities Inc. with a letter of support for their application to the Ontario Energy Board.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We're on to page 7 of the agenda now, which is 10.1.2, recognition of September 30th as National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, in brackets, National Orange Shirt Day, end of bracket. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Dear Mayor, the recommendation, would you like it all read aloud?
Yes, please.
Whereas the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report on June 2nd, 2015, which included 94 calls to action to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation. And whereas the recent discoveries of remains and unmarked graves across Canada have led to increased calls for all levels of government to address the recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. And whereas all Canadians and all orders of government have a role to play in reconciliation. And whereas recommendation number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission called upon the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish a statutory holiday, a national day for truth and reconciliation, to ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. And whereas the federal government has announced September 30th, 2021 as First National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, National Orange Shirt Day, and a statutory holiday. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does hereby commit to recognizing September 30th, 2021 as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, known as National Orange Shirt Day, by sharing the stories of residential school survivors, their families, and communities.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and I would have a comment as well, please.
Okay.
I am moving the motion, I apologize, but I do have a comment, or I'd like to add something.
You want to add something to the motion?
Yes, I would.
Then now would be the time as you're moving it.
Then
please.
I would like to make add to the recommendation that the flags be lowered to half-mast for that specific day and that day only around the building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, yes. I
Thank
also have
you.
a comment.
Thank you. So first, I just would like Clerk Scharbeck to read that additional sentence, if you will, to the motion, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Hutchinson. So when you're ready, Clerk Scharbeck.
Through your mayor, it ends with and that the West Grey flags be lowered to half-mast for this day.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson. Oh, first of all, Deputy Mayor, are you fine with the language? And as seconder, Councillor Hutchinson, are you fine with the language on that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now to your comment, please.
Yeah, I have no problem with recognizing this day as National Orange Shirt Day and recognizing the atrocities that happened in the past. My concern is that by making it a stat holiday, that we get into the same situation that the Legions got into a few years ago, where there was talk about making Remembrance Day a national holiday. My concern is I don't think stat holidays for these days are really the solution, because what happens is they become another shopping day. And that was the fear that the Legion ran into, is that they felt it was more valuable to have the kids in school learning about what happened in the past and taking part in the cenotaph. And I think the same thing will happen with this case, that it's more valuable to have the kids in school and learning about what this is all about instead of out and possibly going shopping to the mall because it's another stat holiday. So I have no problem with recognizing National Short Shirt Orange Day. That's a great idea. But I don't think the stat holiday is going to help one bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further questions, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I was curious where this correspondence came from. Just like, I'm not opposed at all. I'm just curious where it came from, where it was generated from.
The correspondence was forwarded from AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And Clerk Scharbeck, was there any other source for this information?
Through your mayor, I received it from AMO directly.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Hergert?
No, I guess, is there anything else, having just come off of this AMO, general discussion, is there anything else that we should be aware of from AMO?
No, you have the motion for consideration of council.
That's all at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering whether or not the passing of this motion, similar to Councillor Hutchinson's comments, kind of commits us to supporting or directing to the federal government our support of the September 30th national holiday or statutory holiday, because I'm of the same belief that when you start getting very specific on targets, a targeted audience or topic, you find that it's all over the place and people don't necessarily want it, like it, or whatever. And I'm not sure how the community would feel about that. Maybe they just appreciate the extra day off, but not the topic, and that should be the direction. So I just raised that question: is does the wording here actually commit us to saying we'll then contact the? And I know it doesn't say these words, but for staff to follow up to say that with this motion we support the move to make it a statutory holiday.
I'll go to Clerk Sharbuck for a response, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It is the motion recommended and proposed by AMO in their communication. And that therefore be it resolved is simply states that West Grey commits to recognizing September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation by sharing the stories of residential school survivors, their families and communities, and that the West Grey flags be lowered to half-mast for this day. So I'm not sure that it commits to a statutory holiday or speaks against it. It just is in support of that day. The federal government has already declared it to be a statutory holiday for federal employees and buildings.
Yeah, that was my next question, whether that had actually been put in place. The legislation, I mean.
Clerk Sharbuck?
The information we received is that they have declared it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you. The federal government has declared this as a national statutory holiday, but the clerk just said for federal organizations. So does that mean it does not apply to non-federal organizations? There are other federal national holidays like Canada Day, which apply to everyone. So are you saying, Clerk Sharbuck, that this does not, this is like optional, like Family Day?
Clerk Sharbuck?
Through you, Mayor, there's a little bit of confusion about this right now on just who is having a statutory holiday. It could certainly be supported by it. My understanding, and I can clarify further by email possibly, my understanding is that the federal government declared it a statutory holiday for federal employees. And so federal institutions, and that at this point in time, it was up to provinces that they could also declare it. So how it's recognized at the municipal level is still some sorting out to do on that.
Well, I think we should follow the lead of the federal government. I think we should recognize this. And I think to Councillor Hutchinson's point of it becoming another shopping day, I think the important thing is the final paragraph, the wherefore, therefore be it resolved. It does say commits to recognizing it commit to recognizing September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And it goes on to say, by sharing the stories of residential school survivors, their families and communities. So they're not saying by going shopping, they're saying by taking other concrete activities that are going to sort of further develop awareness of this issue. So that will be on us to figure out how we are going to share the stories of survivors, their families and communities. Maybe we'll have a special splash page on our website that day. Maybe we'll have some events scheduled for that day. I think that's the important part of this resolution, that we are going to be proactive in making sure that this isn't just another shopping day, but that it's something meaningful towards this important cause. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? So I am going to ask for a recorded vote, but I do want to say before I turn it over to Clerk Sharbuck for a recorded vote, that the information in terms of the action of this council is dealing with the therefore paragraphs. And that is specifically, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does hereby commit to recognizing September 30th, 2021 as National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, National Orange Shirt Day, by sharing stories of residential schools and survivors, their families and communities, and that the flags be lowered to half-mast on September 30th. Certainly our clerk has shared links to different information and educational sharing links for truth and reconciliation. And there's also, there's an abundance of those, of which I would encourage members of council in our community to partake in. So thank you. With that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you please conduct the recorded vote?
Through your worship, Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
And Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to 10.1.3, West Grey Public Library, recognition of Ontario Public Library Week. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Mayor, the recommendation is that council hereby recognizes October 17th to October 23rd, 2021 as Ontario Library Week.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Is there any questions, members of council? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 10.2, items for information. 10.2.1, concession to WGR residents, bridge paving. Any comments? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did receive this letter subsequent to the August 10th meeting. And I do recall in that particular meeting, there was a indication there would be a follow-up report on how to deal with truck traffic. So I'm asking staff to confirm that this particular piece of correspondence will be, I'm going to use the word considered, addressed as part of the preparation of that report, so that the residents will in fact get a response to what they've provided. And rather than creating yet another report, this seems to be the best way to do it. If not, if staff can't make that commitment, or it's inappropriate to make that without a motion, I'm prepared to move something to actually have that happen.
Okay, so we'd go to our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, but also our CAO. First with Vance Sawinski, please, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works.
Your Worship, essentially, I can, if it's the will of council, I can definitely consider this correspondence with respect to the report that I'll be providing council, if that is what you would wish to do.
Okay, and CIO Johnson, and I'm just inviting you if there's anything further. Nothing. Okay, Councillor Townsend, anything?
Okay, it sounds like with the comment, the will of council, that we do need a motion to request that staff include this piece of correspondence in the preparation of the report per resolution 400-2021.
You're moving that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, on your wordsmithing skills, we'll wait until you have something that you can read back, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor, I'm not sure, Councillor Townsend, that I've quite got the wording. That were you commenting on a change to a previous resolution 400, or just asking that this correspondence be considered as in preparation of a report back to council?
Let me reword it, which may help you.
Okay, thanks.
At the August 10th, so I'll move that the report that was authorized per resolution 400-2021 at the August 10th public meeting regarding the Lance Bridge include the correspondence received and noted under 10.2.1 here on our agenda.
Just looking back at that resolution.
Please.
Yeah, it's actually in this agenda package.
Page 217.
So resolution, just for clarity, resolution 400-2021 was carried. It stated that council directs staff to provide a report to a future meeting outlining how restrictions for truck traffic north of the Lance Bridge can be maintained. So
correct.
Just in this one, we'll have to clarify that the report referenced in resolution 400-2021 dated August 10th regarding, and will state that truck traffic moving north on concession 2 include or that this item of correspondence be considered in the drafting of the report referenced in resolution 400-2021 dated August 10th regarding truck traffic moving north on concession 2. Is that clear? Sorry.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
We just want to add the information that we have before us on page 217 into the pending report. Thank you for all the fancy language to get us there, Clerk Charback. So thank you, Councillor Townsend, for the clarity of moving the motion and also understanding the language. Is there a seconder for this motion? And I operate with raised hands, not electronic hands. Councillor Shea, would that be you as a seconder?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Great. Now that we have it before us, are there any questions? Councillor Herger.
Yes, since that August 10th meeting, I've had discussion with some individuals regarding the heavy truck bylaw, and basically that we maybe need to just update the one that we currently have on file. So there is a heavy truck bylaw that I understand was amended regarding the wind turbines. And so it is a few years old. We maybe haven't dusted it off yet. And I imagine there's several bylaws that the clerk is becoming familiar with, but I think that's one that we should also incorporate, maybe just an update, a review of it, and an update in this report that we're looking for as well. I don't know if there's a way to incorporate that in the wording of this motion.
Well, that's an interesting point in terms of whether it actually, what you're citing actually has application here. But within the mover and seconder, and I look to the clerk, is there a way that if the mover and seconder would like that addressed, it could be looked at and at least addressed in terms of the report? Would that be a fair process, Clerk Charbuck?
Through you, Mayor, I haven't looked at the heavy truck bylaw prior to today's meeting. It wasn't on the agenda, so I really am not sure how that factors in. It might be a separate issue altogether.
Indeed.
Or a separate motion, perhaps. I would defer to perhaps the CAO can offer a bit of guidance as well. If
very good.
The review of that bylaw is part of the report referenced at the August 10th meeting, or if it's a follow-up piece to that, I'm not sure.
Clerk Sharbeck for some clarity, please.
Madam Mayor, if I may jump in, I'm not familiar with that bylaw either. So, Councillor Hergert, you've got us thinking. Why don't we? Would it be all right, Councillor, if we reviewed that, and if we could determine that there's a fit, if this is the right time, then we'll certainly just add it as other layers to this growing report.
The reason I ask, if I may, Mayor, is the recommended solution down at the bottom of page 229, last paragraph says enact a heavy truck bylaw like the one referenced. And there was discussion on August 10th about having a heavy load, heavy truck bylaw. But really, I believe that we already have one and we probably just need to update it. And so as part of this correspondence, it's asking for a heavy truck bylaw. And I think that it dovetails all in with the safety issue that we're talking about.
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor. What I would propose is that we actually keep them separate because the bylaw is going to be, all of West Grey. It's not just specific to this area, but we will certainly bring that back. It's timely to review it, so I appreciate that that request.
Very good. Okay.
Any idea when? I know it's there's always enough on the go, but I'm just curious when we would talk about that. Would it be before we would have this bridge opened next spring?
Thank you for that. I will need to talk with my director, but I think that would make sense to do it as soon as we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for not a full commitment, Madam CAO, when one cannot be achieved at this time. All right, thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. I think Councillor Hergert's brought up some really good points, and the correspondent has brought forward some really interesting documents. I was intrigued that they were able to dig up the OMB hearing documents that specified that there were going to be restrictions that were designed to accommodate the situation of situating the plant at this location. At that time, I can only assume that there was some concerns about the impact that putting the plant on a rural residential road would have, and that a compromise was made that would restrict traffic going in that direction. It made no reference to a bridge or the capacity of the bridge. I think the intent of this determination was to spare the residents of the road increased truck traffic. So. Kudos to the community members who were able to find this document. I'm surprised we don't have these things more at our fingertips, that we're not able to dig up these documents. Similar with the heavy truck bylaw, that we don't have these things at our fingertips. Typically in the olden days when we used to pass bylaws, the concluding sentence in the bylaw was, and be it engrossed in the bylaw book. I don't think we say that anymore, but isn't there a thing called the bylaw book? Isn't that a big tome sitting on the top of the clerk's desk that she could dust off and leaf through and find all the existing bylaws? I would hope that we have a central repository like that at our disposal. So so looking forward to this report and it honoring the commitments that were made by past councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment regarding the fact that I live on concession 2 WGR, and it is not a conflict. If anyone looks up my address and sees that, because I do not live at that end of concession 2 WGR, and it's a very long road, and just want to make sure people understand that.
Okay, anything further?
No.
Clerk Sharbeck, then, could you read the motion at hand?
Just one moment, Your Worship.
Certainly.
Through you, that this item of correspondence be included in the report referenced in Resolution 400-2021, dated August 10th, 2021, for truck traffic north of the Lance Bridge.
All right. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. I'm now turning on to page 8 of the agenda, on to 10.2.2, West Grey Durham Terry Fox Run. Before we go to the recommendation, members of council, I want to let you know that I contacted, I just want to get to that page on the agenda. I contacted Rob and Deb Edwards with regard to the Terry Fox Run correspondence that we're dealing with now, and inquired whether they were requesting a flag, the Terry Fox flag, to be raised at our municipal office, as has been done previously. And yes, that was the indication, and they were very pleased. The week they were suggesting, and certainly would work with staff on this, but we're suggesting perhaps the week of the 13th for the flag to be raised for 1 week. And also I want to mention that there are t-shirts. I know many citizens, perhaps members of council, are always interested in the Terry Fox Run t-shirts. They're a milestone t-shirt. Please contact Rob and Deb Edwards. So I wanted to give all that information to the members of council, and that perhaps the mover could, of a motion coming forward, could indicate the flag raising, if that would be so inclined to do so. So with the recommendation, Clerk Sharbuck, could you read that? And then I'll look for a mover and seconder and any questions.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is to receive all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with. Were you looking for a specific resolution regarding the Terry Fox correspondence?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm hoping a member of council and two would address the correspondence from Terry Fox Run to include a flag raising. So with that, Councillor Hutchinson, before we get to that other motion, Councillor Clerk Sharbuck. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just, if you notice, I have my Terry Fox t-shirt on, which is this year. I'm all in favor of this event, and yes, I would make a motion to raise the flag on during this week. I'd just like to comment that I'm very supportive of this, and I'd like to thank Rob and Deb for all their efforts in hosting this every year. It is a virtual event, so you do your own thing this year again, but I'm sure some people will show up and walk the park in Durham or in Ayton or wherever else the events may be held. Very supportive. They're asking for a donation, and I'm not sure if the council wants to do that, but hopefully people will personally donate. We do every year, and Terry Fox always asks for $1 per citizen per year, and that would be $35 million if we did it that way. We obviously won't get there, but it's a nice gesture. So yeah, very supportive, and I'll make a motion to support this event and raise the flag on that week.
Thank you. And we will have an official flag raising, if you will. I will be present for the raising of the flags. Staff will connect with Deb and Rob Edwards for that. We'll let members of council know in the event that you wish to attend. With all the COVID protocols, it's outside. So with that, is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Now, Councillor Townsend, you have a question?
Yes, I actually have two now. The first one is, I thought we had two motions on the floor. One about the correspondence and the other one now about this one. I wonder if the clerk could confirm that.
I could tell you from my perspective, the clerk read the recommendation for the, it was the all-inclusive, but I wanted the consideration. She inquired whether there was separate consideration for Terry Fox correspondence, and at that point there was a mover and seconder for that. So there was not a motion on the floor for receiving the correspondence. That will be next in line.
Okay, super. I just wanted to clarify the procedure.
Absolutely. Was there anything further?
Yes, there was. I was going to comment a little further, a bit more detail for the public if they haven't seen the correspondence, and that was that they can form teams to fundraise if that's a little more fun, so they can have fun within the group. Again, COVID restrictions and protocol to be followed. And the actual event date is September 19th, in case that wasn't mentioned, and I don't remember hearing that in anybody's comment, so I thought we should throw those two out as well.
Thank
That
you.
was my only other comment. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading the motion at hand?
Yes, through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering about a timeline for the flag raising. Councillor Hutchinson, were you thinking for when we set a date with the Terry Fox group for the rest of September?
The mayor had mentioned September 13th. I'm thinking, were you suggesting a week previous to the event? The event is on Sunday the 19th, or time previous to that?
I could tell you in conversation with the Edwards, they were looking at the week prior. They felt it would be most suitable for the week of the 13th. And then if perhaps the flag would either be lowered on the 20th when on the Monday, or if you wanted to fly the remainder of the month. But the Edwards were focused on the week of the 13th through to the 20th.
Okay.
So through you, Councillor Hutchinson, does that suit that we just add in from September 13th to the 20th?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, thanks.
So we'll just wait for Clerk Sharbeck to wordsmith and have it read again.
Through you, Mayor, that the Terry Fox Run flag be raised at the municipal office from September 13th to September 20th, 2021.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, is the language okay in the motion? Thank you. And seconder deputy, thank you. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. Thank you. Members of council, our meetings we've got a couple of things I'd like to do here before we go any further with our agenda. We normally would adjourn for 1 o'clock unless there is a motion to go beyond curfew that would take us to 1:30. So that's a consideration. And also at this point, does anybody want a 10-minute break? So those are just a few things to consider. Deputy Mayor, you're looking for a break for 10 minutes?
Certainly
or what?
appreciate a 10-minute break, and if you need a mover to take us to beyond curfew, I would put that there for you as well.
Okay, well then let's take your motion as you're presenting it so that we this council meeting goes, we'll get the words from our clerk, but the meeting will go beyond curfew to end at 1:30. Clerk Sharbeck, could you just wordsmith that and let us know, and then I would be looking for a seconder for that.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that council proceeds past curfew to address matters on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to the 1:30.
1:30 p.m.
1:30 p.m. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Townsend?
I have a seconder. I'll be a seconder and a question, please.
Okay, you are the seconder, and at this point we can take your question.
Yeah, I may have asked this before. Just want to clarify. We always say 1:30 rather than 2 o'clock, and that's to do with allowing the staff their time for the policy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and that's also as per the Ontario labor law. And thank you for the clarity so that members of the public can hear that. I know council is well informed that is the procedure that we go to the 1:30.
That's why I asked.
Clarity. Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Hergert, you have an electronic hand up. Is there a question?
So I guess maybe I'm not following this. Maybe I just need a little further clarification. Sure. I thought that our procedural bylaw stated that we would have, a motion to go beyond curfew, and that could be up until the moment of 1 o'clock. And by passing it like this half hour early, then we're actually cutting out a half hour of time that we could carry on and finish doing business. So this is where the labor code comes in. Is that right?
So we do have a resolution that our meetings will go from 9 until 1 p.m. unless council, and I'm just paraphrasing, unless council passes a motion to go beyond curfew, and that motion would take us to 1:30. And that takes into consideration the Ontario labor law, and this gives, based on the 4 hours of work, staff get lunch. And so we've had that orientation. There's been a number of emails, and we've had this in practice since our new procedural bylaw is in place. So I alerted to two things. Do you want a break? But also when we have the break, it's going to be a very few minutes, maybe 20 minutes before we go to 1 p.m. So we have that consideration. So the motion is before us. I will be calling the vote on this. I'm not seeing any other indication. So Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion at hand?
Through you, Mayor. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend that council proceeds past curfew to address matters on the agenda to 1:30 p.m.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion has carried. So our meeting will go beyond 1, but will adjourn at 1:30. The other question I have for you is, do you want a break or do you want to continue on? Councillor Townsend, you have your electronic hand up.
Yes, I do. I don't care either way. What I wanted to do was comment that when we come back, I would like my notice of motion, item 14, which is to attempt to address this issue of continually running out of time. It's a proposed solution, and I would like that to be within that time allotment when we come back. And if that can't happen with a 10-minute break, then I'm okay with not having one.
So I can't predict that, Councillor Townsend, as you can clearly understand.
Yep.
That
I'm just putting that out to council.
Right. So either there is a motion to go outside of the agenda to deal with that item, or there isn't. So where are we at? We have a lot of other items that have priority as well. So are you suggesting anything at this point?
Yes, I will make a motion that item 14 does get moved up, and I would ask that it be the first one to get addressed when we come back. Everyone's had a chance to read it. I think it's pretty clear, and we need to fix this problem. And if we don't do it, if we put it off another meeting, then again, we're going to have this problem in the future. So,
all right,
bring it in.
So Clerk Sharbuck, could you just put some language around that? We'll see where this motion goes, and then I guess we'll have a 10-minute break.
To your worship, are we actually going for a recess?
No, we have this motion on the floor at this point, so I don't know in terms of.
No, it's been moved. It's not on the floor.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So I'm not sure. The motion is that agenda item 14.1 be moved ahead of staff reports, agenda item 11.
That's correct.
All right. So I'm suggesting, Clerk Sharbuck, that we get a seconder and vote on it, and then we could take a break at this point. Do you have anything contrary, or would you suggest something different?
It's council's wish. It's been moved by Councillor Townsend.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding it?
I will second that motion.
Okay, that's fine. Does anybody need it read again? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 3 voted in favor. All those opposed? 3 voted against. Motion is lost. So we'll follow through with the rest of our agenda, but members of council, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. Is everybody, I think we can just utilize it at this time. So we will come back at 12:40. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Oh, very good. I hope you had an enjoyable 10 minutes. I went outside. It is beautiful out there. All right, 1, 2, 3, 6 members of council are here. Madam CAO, do you have all your staff that you need so we can proceed?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very good. We are on item 11, staff reports. 11.1, Director of Finance. 11.1.1, 2022 budget process. Is there, first of all, Clerk Sharma, could you read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council receives the 2022 budget process report for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hudson, second motion, and I have a request.
Okay. What is your request? Because I do want to get through the report with Director Mighton.
Just to request that people bringing forward their budget, that they keep 3% in mind rather than 16%, so it makes our job a little easier.
Oh, thank you for your statement. All right, so we have a mover and seconder. Director Mighton, do you have any information that you wish to bring forward on this item of yours?
No, I have no further information unless you want to amend it to add a target that Councillor Hutchinson mentioned.
Okay, I don't know, whether Councillor Hutchinson is suggesting an amendment at this time. I haven't heard anything. So with that, we'd go to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments, actually. The first one is that the first draft, if you will, or preliminary budget will show up on November 1st. Or sorry, 4th is when we do the review. And then the next review actually happens on the 4th of January. So given there's holidays in there with Christmas and whatnot, and there's no commitment yet to provide an updated version and what time before the January 4th, I find it very unlikely that we'll meet the schedule that we've put before us. We tried that last year and we finished again in May. And while COVID had some impact on that, I don't believe it was the full impact. And so that's point one. So I'm looking for a commitment from staff through the director to get an updated version somewhere between the 4th of November and obviously sufficient time before the 4th of January, noting that Christmas and that is in there and there will be some family disruption in time. My second comment is that the flow from moving from 2021 to 2022, showing things like reversing one time, et cetera, there should be a path and the appropriate reports that show how you got from one to the other, from the opening one. And that's a starting point before you add on the new activities. We tried that last time. That didn't work very well. And I think the reason was it may have been misunderstood as what was being asked, but there's tons of examples out that other municipalities use. Even where they provide a list of the one-time items that got reversed and the previously committed, like we've committed to Saugeen Conservation Authority through a motion, I believe it was our last meeting, to do something that should be included as in. You can't now go back and say, whoops, Saugeen's got their plans already in place and we're now going to say no. And if we are, we should know it's there. And then the last comment I have is that similar to what Councillor Hutchinson is saying, just a different way, is that he's saying 3%, which is fine. I think that's great. But I think some direction on what is important and what will be the biggest gain from a staff perspective as well. They know, for example, we changed the bridge process so that it's the OSM and inspections and et cetera that do all that, rather than council saying, I want this bridge and that bridge. And that to me is where we need to move with a lot of things we do, where it shouldn't be up to council. It should be based on minimizing the fiduciary risk of not doing our fiduciary job, and or the risk of any other liabilities or issues where it'll save us money, whatever. So that's why I'm looking for those as well. So I'm not asking for that to be responded to today, other than to say those are some thoughts that I'd like the director to consider, and any further detail I'd be happy to provide.
Thank you. And that's good that you're not looking for that at this point, because we have a information report that's dealing with background and discussion for the 2022 budget schedule, and an outline how that information will be presented to us. So, and I'm very pleased with the report that the director has put forward for us. Councillor Shea, any inquiry?
Yes, I support in principle what Councillor Townsend was just saying, and I thank Carrie for preparing this ambitious schedule. I hope we can stick to it. The thing that I would really love to see is, and I'm not really in favor of setting arbitrary targets. I think people should behave reasonably and will behave reasonably. But the package that we get on November 1st, I would hope that that would be a package that would have enough information that we could basically say yay or nay to every item or every request that's in there. I saw November 30th was budget presentation, and I was concerned that, oh, that's where the department heads are going to come and flesh out their proposal and say, yes, I asked for, you know, a 13% increase, but it's because of this and that. But now I'm of the impression that that's not in fact the case. The department heads will not be doing presentations. Everything that they need to present to us will actually be in the package that we get November 1st. So November 30th, we've got the whole day to just argue about the competing priorities. We have this department saying they absolutely need to do this. We have this other department saying that we absolutely need to do this. We can't afford to do both of them, so we're going to compromise. We're going to say one this year and the other next year, or we're going to do half of that, and we're going to do half of that. And that day will be spent on us debating amongst ourselves about where to put the priorities. Too often, I think we see us getting locked into an untenable situation, competing priorities, and we say, staff, what would you do? I think staff needs to say to us on November 1st with the initial package, here's what we would do. This is what we're recommending. And then it's up to us to either put the brakes on things or figure out priorities. I think this is achievable if we maintain that discipline and get what we need November 1st and take the responsibility on our own shoulders November 30th to make difficult decisions. So thank you for that, Carrie.
Good. Thank you. I'm not looking for any additional information. Any members of council have anything further? Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion? And I'm asking for a recorded vote on this. This is the anchor for the beginning of our 2022 budget deliberations. So I'm looking for a recorded vote on this.
Through you, Mayor, the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson is that Council receives the 2022 budget process report for information. And you have called for a recorded vote?
Yes.
So Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
And that is carried.
Thank you. Moving on to 11.2 CAO, 11.2.1. Strategic Vision Plan 2021, Areas of Focus, and CAO Projects Update. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through you, the recommendation is the Council receives report Strategic Vision Plan 2021, Areas of Focus, and CAO Projects Update report for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Any inquiries? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Townsend, were you voting?
I was going to ask for a piece of information from the report.
Yes.
Yes, to the CAO. I was wondering if you could provide a status on the bringing forward of the documents that were removed as not accessible, because it was referred to earlier in the meeting as well as bylaws and other pieces of information are not available as readily. So there was a commitment to fix that, and I'm just wondering where we are with that.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the question through you, Madam Mayor. I know that staff have been working on the backlog on getting more and more of those bylaws posted. We did have a vacancy on our staff team right now, so I could ask the clerk to speak to the progress of that. But it certainly is, it's still on our work plan to get more and more of those bylaws converted and posted.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what kind of volume has been done versus what's still outstanding?
Madam Mayor, if I could ask the clerk to speak to that, that would be more accurate, I'm sure.
Yes, Clerk Sherbeck, please.
Sure, through you, Mayor. There is a considerable backlog of bylaws to be remediated with the software that we do have, the Aqueduct software. Unfortunately, we are down a staff member, and it's the position who would be prioritizing that on their plate. So we're working towards it. There's a limited amount done, I would say, compared to what needs still to be done. So it's a matter of time and getting seats filled. However, as we head into budget deliberations and election preparations, there's also those factors to consider in, but we are sharing that training and encouraging other staff members to help when they can to help work through that backlog.
Thank you.
It's always ongoing in the background.
Thank you. One last comment, and that was to the CAO, and that is her question. Sorry, I'm assuming you are going to use the dollars already for the position as outlined in your report that was going to go to community services and will go towards this and other things, right?
Madam Mayor, that's correct, Councillor. We've reevaluated where our biggest needs are, and we've made that adjustment. So
excellent. I support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything further, members of council? Councillor Shea?
Thank you. I also support that. I note that you say in the concluding line of that paragraph that there's an opportunity to recruit an analyst. And then the position is described as administrative assistant. I'm hoping that the person will be able to participate actively in financial analysis. I do think that doing financial analysis and asset management, you enumerate what both those things entail, and it seems like more than one job. So I'm sure that we're going to need to expand this position very, very soon. But I'm glad you're being creative and working within the restraints. Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion and I'll call the vote?
Mayor, the motion is to receive the report, Strategic Vision Plan 2021, Areas of Focus, and CAO Projects Update Report for information.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Item 12, questions. So members of council, do you have any questions of staff on this particular item? Councillor Shea.
These are questions in general, right?
It says, in accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, members of council may request clarification or updates on previous agenda items.
Okay. Any updates on when our recreation committees are going to reconvene and start meeting?
Madam CAO, do you have a plan? Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Shea, thank you for the question. We haven't addressed that just yet. We do have an emergency control group meeting coming up. We meet on Wednesday. I believe it might even be this week.
Yes.
So I'll bring that to the group and see. I mean, recreation is starting to ramp up in general anyway with bookings and that kind of thing. So I'll certainly bring that to the table and report back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first question I have has to do with the financial reporting. There was to be a 6-month financial report. Like, we've basically seen nothing as to where we are, what we're doing. from a financial perspective for the year, and I'm curious as to when that report will be available to council.
Madam CIO, do you have an update, or shall I go over to Director Mike?
I'll let the director respond. I know it's been just getting through an audit, so there's been a lot of stuff going on.
Absolutely. A lot of work going on in the finance department. Director Mighton, please.
Yes, so I've got those reports, or the variance reports, off to the department head. So I'm hoping to have those back. It likely might not make it to the September, what is our second meeting in September, just with the lead time for the agenda. But if not, it'll be the first meeting in October for information on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And the last one I had, and it was for you, Madam Mayor, and that had to do with the Rockwood Land Plan presentation. Do you know when that's going to happen?
So we're meeting as the Grey County Redevelopment and Planning Task Force. When we have that information brought forward, I will ensure that members of council hear of it. So there's nothing at this point to report, or I would have reported on it. But thank you very much for the question.
Is there a time frame for that activity you just described?
When we have the time frame, I will bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, thank you. So right along the same lines as finance, having just completed the audit with the variance report and scheduling budget, I feel like all of that will dovetail all very nicely over the next few months.
Excuse me, Councillor Hergert.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could recap your sentence. Your broadband froze.
Sure. So having just come off of the audit, along with the variance reports that Director Mighton spoke of, I think we will be prepared for our budget in November, and I look forward to that process being done well and being done very timely, so we can get those tender amounts out early. To the recreation meetings reconvening, will we be under the vaccine passport that Ontario is going through? Will that open up our recreation facilities faster?
Madam CIO, do you have a response at this time?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not have that response. It's so very new that's something that the committee still needs to deal with as well.
All right.
So is it reasonable to expect that at our next meeting later in September, we would get an update from this emergency control group about, the changing pieces of legislation, how we can open, what will be opening for the winter? Are we full back on booking? Are we ready to go? Like that kind of an update?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's hard to predict where we're going to be. Public health usually attends those meetings, so then they've been they've been our benchmark and giving us our guidance. So if they're at the meeting, then yes, we'd be able to provide information to council. Otherwise, we will just communicate generally to the public, as we have been doing through our usual channels on, what's opening up and precautions and that kind of thing.
And months ago, we had spoken about getting the minutes of those emergency control board meetings. Is that something that we were ever able to finalize, that we as council would be receiving those, or how did that work out?
Madam CIO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my recollection is that those minutes will be available once the emergency declaration has been canceled.
Terminated.
Terminated.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the word.
And no time in between? I mean, we've been in a long emergency here, and it doesn't.
It's a pandemic, so I've never been through one of them before. But I can check with the committee to see what the legislation is, unless the clerk knows if there's anything specific for lengthy pandemics. But that's just my understanding.
Yes.
I do know that it is beneficial if we as council know some of those details. That way we can relay those out to community members that are not always on, Facebook and those kind of things. So just open up all the channels of communication. So I would be looking forward to those minutes if we're able.
All right, thank you. Is there any other members of council? I note, Councillor Townsend, you've spoken already. I just see your electronic hand still up there. Thank you. All right, so I'm not seeing anything further. We're now on to item 13, bylaws. 13.1, this is bylaw 63-2021 zoning amendment, lot 2, plan 153, plan 1, geographic township of Normanby. And this was this bylaw was from the last public meeting. Clerk Sherbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 63-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37, 2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
Questions on the motions, members of council? Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you. So we have not discussed this bylaw before. We did not discuss the application. It was presented at a public meeting at which it was declared that council would not be making any recommendations at that meeting, and that they would be forwarded to this meeting for consideration. So I think it behooves us to have a little bit of conversation about this bylaw before passing it. So to begin with, I'd like staff to summarize what the nature of this bylaw zoning change is. I have some information because I did attend that public meeting, but I think we need to sort of refamiliarize ourselves and be prepared to have discussion as to whether we think this is supportable.
This was a public meeting of council. Clerk Sharbeck, do you have any additional information?
Through you, Mayor, I have no additional information that was received following that public meeting. All the information was received at the public meeting.
So the information received at the public meeting included a staff report, I believe?
Yes, there was a report from Planner Spencer at that meeting.
Right. Could we have those staff reports attached to these bylaw recommendations in the future?
Well, I think we'll get that sorted out from administration, whether that's part of what we can do, but certainly it can be noted that it was from a particular meeting, and you would have those agendas available, but that could be a discussion that we can take further through administration and follow up.
I think if this bylaw or this recommendation included a reference to the previous meeting where somebody could go to look up the supporting information, I think that would be helpful. As it is, this just stands as a freestanding bylaw with no support or rationale for passing it. So I'm just concerned about the optics. But other than that, if this continues to be presented in this way in the future, I will continue to raise this as an issue in the future. But for the time being, I'm prepared to support this. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything further, members of council? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, 6 members of council have voted in favor of it. That motion is carried. On to bylaw 13.2, bylaw 64-2021, zoning amendment lot 57, concession to NDR, geographic township of Bentic. This was also from the last public meeting. Quick Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 64-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37, 2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, I'll second the motion.
Clarity on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Item 13.3, bylaw 65-2021, site plan agreement, and Zelmo. Clerk Chair, back to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 65-2021, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a site plan agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'll move the motion, and I do have a comment.
Sure. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I second motion.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just found the drawing with the parking a little strange. It looks very innovative, you know, for how the parking has been addressed. I'm not sure if it's on the land of the building or if it's still on some of the church property, because the actual wording in the change to accommodate the changes that the owners have asked for says that the parking has to be on that land. So I'm not sure whether we meant on that land or if they've made other arrangements, which is leased or whatever, but it does say it has to be part of that same lot, right? And so I'm a little concerned with that. And it wasn't really clear. I love the way it's been designed. It certainly solves the problem of space, but I'm just—
You're looking for clarity.
Well, there's a contradiction is what it appears.
CBO Shipwreck, I understand that you're handling all of the inquiries on these reports. However, I do see that Madam CIO has put her video on. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out that our planner has joined the meeting. Her LPI hearing is over, so Laura Lee is with us if you prefer to go to her.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Hello, good afternoon, Planner Spencer. And if you could please respond to Councillor Townsend inquiry, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, the site plan agreement does state that it needs to be fundamentally, for the most part, on the property with respect to all of the individual dwelling units. We did not speak to the ability for them to enter into a lease agreement, for the ability for them to use adjacent property for visitor parking, etc. That really is between the two landowners, and that also becomes a component of the stone removal. They are responsible for ensuring that it's done, or hire a contractor or entering into an agreement on their own to do so. But the parking itself is responsible and does meet the bylaw for those requirements for what they are proposing to conduct on the site, which is reasonable and predictable. And the overflow parking, should that happen, which at this point in time, they're still meeting the bylaw requirements. So that should not happen. But if they need to enter into an agreement, that really is between the two landowners on a personal level and does not necessarily need to be part of this agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do have a second question.
Okay, go ahead.
Within Schedule A, Section 9, which talks about constructions, third line down, beginning municipality, sorry, it's item 10, it says municipality in its sole discretion may add any costs incurred by the municipality, and then it's repeated again. That same string of words is repeated, at least in the version I have. So you probably want one of those deleted.
Planner Spencer.
Well, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. We will make sure that that is corrected before that is completed and executed by all parties. Just to be clear, again, with the report, this will not be registered on title. It's minor in nature, but it will be a document that is registered on the property file in the office, but not registered at the land registry office, unless that's something that council feels needs to be conducted. My professional recommendation is that it does not at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was all my comments.
Thank you. Any further questions? I do note the time is 1:12 and we do adjourn at 1:30. Councillor Herger.
Who enforces the site plan agreement?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That is something that happens through the planning and building departments with respect to a complaint, but also it's something that happens with respect to construction. So that we need to see that those parking spaces are denoted on the property and that they're reserved for the tenants, and that will happen through the planning and building department as part of the construction process.
But it's just complaint driven, and it's then it's looked into at that time for site plans, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Okay, any further questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. So that's page 8, on to page 9. 13.4, bylaw 66-2021, amend heritage designation bylaw for 240 Garifax Street North, Town of Durham. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Dear Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 66-2021, being a bylaw to amend Schedule B, reasons for designation, to bylaw 125-2018, being a bylaw to designate the lands and buildings at 240 Garifax Street North, geographic Town of Durham, to be of cultural heritage, value, or interest, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.5, bylaw 67-2021, transfer payment agreement, modernization intake. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
For you, the recommendation is that bylaw 67-2021, being a bylaw to authorize an Ontario transfer payment agreement between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Ontario, as represented by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, for funding approved under Municipal Modernization Program Intake 2, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion.
Any inquiries, members of council? Councillor Hergert?
Can we be told what this is regarding at this point, or does this have something to do with economic development or a specific department?
Madam CIO?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hergert, this is funding of, just having a look. I believe this is for the service and operations review grant.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.6, bylaw 68-2021, dedicated lands as public highway. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
To you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 68-2021, being a bylaw to dedicate lands as a public highway, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend. Okay. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, just ask a question. Does this relate to the letter we got from the lawyer to clarify the change in the paperwork and submission to the land office, I believe?
For the PIN numbers. Clerk Scharbeck?
Yes, through you, Worship. Yes, Councillor Townsend. This is the bylaw in regards to Jennifer Schwass's correspondence. Just tidying up some old paperwork for the land titles office.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought so.
Anything further, members of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. 13.7, bylaw 69-2021, confirming the proceedings of council. Recommendation, Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Mayor, that bylaw 69-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shay, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move that motion.
Is there a seconder? I think I saw Councillor Hergert's hand. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions on the confirming bylaw? All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. Okay, 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. We are at 1:18. We will adjourn at 1:30, and any unfinished items will be brought forward to the next agenda. Let's move on. Item 14, new business. 14.1, notice of motion, council meetings. Councillor Townsend, do you want to read your motion, or do you want the clerk to do that? You'll need audio to let me know either way.
Sorry, yes, I'll read it. It's fine.
Okay, please go ahead.
Since January 1, 2019, West Grey Council has revised its meeting schedule with the intent of improving efficiency and enhanced service. These changes have resulted in an approximate reduction of 51% in council's meeting time, as well as freeing up a significant amount of support time to work on other activities, staff support time to work on other activities. However, recently, West Grey Council has encountered situations where it has been unable to complete all the business on its meeting agenda, with the last occurrence at the August 10th, 2021 council meeting, when 23 distinct agenda items were unable to be addressed, and so to be carried over to the next regular or a future council meeting. The impact of not completing the business on an agenda can be significant, especially when it happens repeatedly. Such impact can be on council, staff, residents, businesses, operations, and projects. Recognizing a solutions must be identified to minimize or eliminate the underlying issues causing council's inability to complete all its business during a regular council meeting within the allotted time. West Grey Council directs staff as follows. Staff bring back a report to council no later than November 30th, outlining recommendations to better ensure council completes all the business on every council meeting agenda during the allotted time. And staff consider the following in its report: results of the service and operations review underway, and the 2020 schedule of council meetings be 2 per month, with 3 meetings scheduled over the July and August period and 1 in December, and a minimum of 1 special council meeting be scheduled each month with particular focus on significant items council is seeing for the first time, items of a complex nature requiring more time, and workshop training, etc. And I did put a note saying a special council meeting will only be held if there are qualifying agenda items. The only other comment, sorry?
Nope, I see it's moved by you. I'm wondering if there's a seconder for this motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hergert, you're seconding?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
All right, any comments, beginning with you, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that if this solution does not pass, one has to be found. We're going to do it again today. We probably won't get through everything, and this can't continue. This will be the 3rd time in about 2.5 months. So we keep putting things off. It affects all of our businesses and residents, and it needs to have a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to this item? Councillor Shay?
I would like to ask CAO Johnston if she thinks that this is something she can deliver.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Shay. Yes, Councillor Townsend spoke with the clerk and I in his work to prepare for this motion. Council will recall that the clerk typically brings a 2022 meeting agenda report to council anyway. So these are just some factors that our clerk will work into that report, but I think it's quite, we can deliver on this.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If the CAO think that they can work it into it, I'm not in favor of creating another report. I do have concerns too with the amount of things that we don't get done some days, but I think we can all help ourselves a little bit if we all talk a little less, self-included, and that we streamline our meetings. Maybe there's items that we can get questions for, answers from outside the agenda time that will maybe help streamline it. But yeah, it's always a concern, but I think we are where we are, and hopefully we can, become a little more efficient and try to get through some of these things. We had a big agenda today, and we're almost there. So
Yep,
I think we've done well.
exactly. Anything further, members of council? All right. I am going to call for a recorded vote, and I am going to speak just before it, and that is I will not be voting in favor of this motion. We have a director of administration and clerk that under her portfolio prepares a report for council's consideration for the upcoming year. And I look forward to that. And also under the special council meetings, we have a mechanism in place to deal with this. And that is a number of mechanisms, including the Ontario Municipal Act, which speaks to special council meetings and our procedural bylaw. I see this as a make work project, and council, you need to look at how you address the meetings brought forward in our business meeting. And with that, I will not be supporting this motion. And Clerk Scharbeck, I leave it to you for the recorded vote. Thank you. Oh, but before that, Councillor Hergert. Ben, I thought it was the last speaker, but go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The points that you've just raised really, they don't really allow council time to discuss our committees. Yes, we had about 2 minutes today to briefly shove in our updates about any committees that we had. We don't really have time to get proper reports from different organizations that we belong to, that we have a specific time that is held for those items. We've asked a lot of our staff every month. We're asking quite a bit of information from our staff. I think it's important to take the time with those staff to understand their concerns, where they need direction from, those type of things. And when we hustle items through, we're not, I don't feel that we're giving respect to the staff that have done a lot of work behind the scenes of their 6-page report, that there's been a tremendous amount of work put in there. And if they have questions or need guidance, that we have open communication and plenty of time to communicate what council wants to our CAO. I think a significant amount of reports coming back to us are hustled through. And I don't appreciate hustled through. I appreciate good work where we get our citizens involved early and often. And I think we're starting to get there. But when we only have one meeting per month to address some of these items that really, frankly, are at, the mayor, yourself, you make, you set the agenda. So if council has not seen some of these items before, or we are aware that we're waiting for some of these items, I think it's important to give them the time and effort that our staff have put in, as well as the time we need to make those decisions. So I most certainly will be supporting a change. If this change is not, the will of the whole council, I do believe that we need to have some change moving forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you. The agenda is set by staff. And at this point, Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the recorded vote? Thank you.
For you, Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
No.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, excuse me, not in favor.
Mayor Robinson,
Not in favor.
and that is a 3-3 vote, so the motion is defeated.
Thank you. At this point, members of council, I would just say that we're at 1:26. All additional items will be moved over to the next meeting. So I would be under item 18 on the adjournment. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the adjournment motion?
Sorry, are you wanting to go straight to adjournment?
Well, we need to adjourn at 1:27 or at 1:30 anyway. So it says in the procedure bylaw that we deal with all remaining items on the next agenda. So I was looking for an adjournment at this time, if procedurally is not a problem.
That we do now adjourn at 1:27 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? 5 voted in favor, 1 voted against. The motion is carried. Thank you very much for a very detailed meeting. Look forward to our next council meeting. Thank you.